Please welcome to Center Stage, the founder of the Vancouver Tech Journal and co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, William Johnson.
Good morning and welcome to the third and final day here at the inaugural Web Summit Vancouver. Thanks for joining us bright and early. I hope you've had a great past few days in Vancouver and enjoyed the night summits around the city. We've definitely saved the best for last, as today here on Center Stage, we have speakers from SurveyMonkey, Dialpad, Colossal Biosciences, as well as NBA superstars Javal McGee and Meta World Peace. Incredible. Everything you need to know about today is in the Web Summit Vancouver app. And stay tuned as Casey Lau's back here to host the pitch finale at noon. We had a great time last night hosting the semifinals, where we cut the top 10 startups down to 3. And they will compete here at noon to find out who will be crowned Web Summit Vancouver pitch winner. I want to shout out some of the communities that have joined here this week, including Porch Community, Scale Without Borders, Black Engineers of Canada, Toast, The Forum, Vancouver Startup Week, Latincouver, Nations First Technology, Ethos Lab, Black Business League of Innovators, and many, many more. I'm proud to be a part of a conference that cares about the community it's in, and so a special shout out to Katie Bolger, who leads all these initiatives from the Web Summit Vancouver team. I want to say I've had a great time co-hosting the event. I've been on the promotion train since it was announced last year in Toronto, and to see it finally here is beyond my wildest expectations. So thank you all for being a part of this inaugural event here in Vancouver. Remember, moving forward, you can keep up with all the tech news coming out of Vancouver and Canada from the Vancouver Tech Journal. I'll give you 10 seconds. Google that, subscribe. All right, let's get on with the show by bringing out the first talk. With IPOs slowing to a trickle, secondary market stalling, and big tech pouring billions into AI infrastructure, the traditional venture capital model is under increasing strain. As private markets stay private longer and strategic capital outpaces institutional funds, VCs are being challenged to rethink their role in the innovation economy. Our next panel brings together leading voices from across the venture landscape. One is a longtime partner at Teal Capital, navigating tech investing through contrarian bets. Another is a general partner at Foundation Capital, helping redefine early stage strategy in today's climate. Can they help answer the question, has big tech outmaneuvered VCs, or is it a new model already entirely emerging? To kick off day 3 at Web Summit Vancouver and to explore the next era of venture investing, in conversation with PitchBook's Kia Kokolicheva, please welcome the Managing Director of Teal Capital, Jack Selby, and the General Partner at Foundation Capital, Joanne Chen. Let's go.
I'm really loving the dramatic Friday morning music. This is great. Thank you guys for coming. I know it's a Friday morning. It's the end of the conference. You were probably partying late last night. So thank you for coming. And thank you, Jack and Joanne, for being here. We're going to talk about venture.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. So what in the world is going on in venture capital right now?
Please.
What in the world is going on in venture capital? Well, I think it's very exciting times for venture capital. It's been more competitive than it's been. I've been at my firm for just around 11 years at this point. And to just give you a little bit of comparison, when I joined, Series A's were getting done at 20 posts, $1 million ARR. Today, you could barely raise a seed round with no revenues, no product, and it's more than 20 million posts. So that's what's been happening. At the same time, some really, really exciting technology shifts that have accelerated for us. That's AI and crypto. That's been the case in the last 10 years. But the velocity has dramatically changed.
Well, where to begin? I think one of the kind of great unsaids that's going on in venture capital is that we still haven't had the reckoning from the peak of the market from the last cycle. So all the investments that were made in 2019, 2020, 2021, we have a huge universe of these kind of unicorns that are zombies. And these folks they're finally running out of cash. And so the lucky ones whose businesses are doing well will probably be able to raise a primary round, but probably at a very significant discount from where they were priced at the peak of the market. So that's the best scenario. The next option is that they'll probably get shotgun married or acquired as forced by their VC overlords. And then the third bucket, which is the worst, is they'll go bust. And so, and again, this kind of reckoning, this kind of Darwinian cathartic process is still just in the earliest infant stages of getting happening. So it'll be curious to see how it all eventually plays out.
We're going to get to this whole, unicorn staying private thing, but I'd really love to hear your thoughts on, there seems to be a bifurcation right now in the venture capital side of things. Some firms are remaining small, very traditional boutique venture approach, size, AUM, and then you've got a number of them that are just becoming these giant multi-stage, like asset manager. What do you make of that?
Well, we have an opinion on this. We just recently raised our seed and Series A stage fund, which is around $600 million in size. And one of the things that we have observed is there's a lot of specialization that's happening. Actually, specialization is probably necessary in a more and more competitive market, which means the value proposition that we need to have for founders has to be very, very clear. Like, why are they going to pick us over someone else? What is our unique differentiation, not just on paper, but in actuality? And so in 2015-16, we started really moving towards a predominantly seed stage strategy. Before that, we were actually much more, kind of stage flexible, investing in Series A's and Series B's. I think the other part of what's happened is that the round sizes are just going up, right? So now today, seed stage looks much more like a Series A stage of before. And so with that focus, seed stage predominantly, we thought about, okay, what is like the most important things for a founder? And we concluded, okay, there's really a couple of different things when you're in survival. The first is that you want to find product market fit. And so the first thing you want to do is to iterate on your product and your customer base as quickly as possible. So we've designed programs to help founders get their first 5 to 10 design partners, get them in front of the first head of sales or head of marketing, which is really, really hard to recruit for if you're a seed stage company without, very much revenues, and also help them raise a Series A. And that has played out actually really nicely. Our fund size in Fund 8, which is the first fund we executed in the strategy, was $325 million, and we quickly saw that was, not enough. And then we had a $350 million fund, and then we raised a $500 million fund, and now we're investing in our $600 million fund, executing on this strategy. Oftentimes, the multi-stage firms are not competing because most of them will not invest without some semblance of product market fit. And we are very, very comfortable taking that risk, as long as we are aligned with the founders and we have studied the market sufficiently.
So I think, at the peak of the market, there was a Founders Fund guy related group that wrote that Tiger's eating VC. And I thought, no offense to him, I thought his argument was complete rubbish. Because I think the idea that if you get, and again, not to pick on Tiger at all, but if you get a term sheet from one of those types of groups versus a foundation term sheet or a benchmark term sheet or Sequoia term sheet, what are you going to do 100 times out of 100? In my humble opinion, you take that second group, that second term sheet, because that first group is basically just going to write you a blank check, pat you on the back and say, good luck, and I'll see you in a year because you don't need my help. And I think it was very much a function of us just being at kind of the top of a very frothy market. So I think that's a very difficult dynamic to overcome. And I think the folks that focus on small funds like Joanna's, so your fund, actually Fund 8, is our best performing VC fund within my college endowments portfolio. So bravo.
Thank you.
But if you have these giant kind of asset gathering groups that are managing $35 billion, theoretically pursuing venture capital, the way the math works is that you don't need to just find the one next SpaceX, you need to find the next 5 SpaceX. And what's the probability of that? I would respectfully say it's 0.
Joanne, back to what you're saying about the seed stage investing. Are you saying that these big multi-stage firms are just not good at seed investing?
I'm not saying they're not good. I just don't think it's worth their time, right? If you have a $6 billion fund, writing a $3.5 million check doesn't really move the meter for you, right? But it moves the meter for us. I think VCs think about strategy as a function of fund size. So for us, a job well done is if a company can return at least a third of the fund. But a third of the fund for a $6 million fund versus a $600 million fund is dramatically different.
And it's almost like they're trying to bring in-house their scout team. So Joanna could be the scout team, and then they could have great relationships with Foundation and Benchmark and other funds that have kept true to a smaller fund size, and then they can be kind of the follow-on investors. And instead, what they've decided to try to do is bring that all in-house. And then I think it begs the question, what are they truly good at? Can they be good at the growth stage and also be good at the early stage? And how do they allocate their time with these different ticket sizes? I think it's tricky.
Just to give you maybe a contrast in the day-to-day of a seed stage investor versus a growth stage investor, for us, we scope out networks, LinkedIn, social media, universities for talent, right? That's what we're looking for, just talent. They may have a good idea, they may have a bad idea. It doesn't matter that much as long as we're focused on high-quality individuals. I think for a growth stage investor, they're really looking at spreadsheets and customers and market research and the executive team, right? And so those skill sets are so different. The day-to-day is so different. So how do you build an organization, any organization, that has effectively two different practices? And I think that's really challenging.
How are you guys then resisting sort of the pull of, well, not right now, but a few years ago, LPs were just writing checks left and right. You could raise $1 billion fund with your eyes closed. Tell me about weighing that decision.
Well, those days are over. As the zombie unicorns finally have their reckoning, that will then translate into the B- or worse funds that wrote the checks into those zombie unicorns. And I think at the peak, globally, there was something like 11,000 plus venture capital firms back in 2021, 2022. The numbers are hard to come by, but I think now the numbers are down, it's around 8. And I think the number probably goes down to 3. So in other words, just like there's going to be kind of a Darwinian culling of the zombie unicorns, the same thing is going to happen in venture capital. And we're just getting started because, again, the unicorns have to have their reckoning, and then there'll be a follow-through dynamic to then the VCs that made those bad investments. And again, if it's a baseball analogy, it's top of the first inning.
So what's the result of all that, the reckoning?
It's
on the venture funds, that is.
So venture capital, people like to talk about how their investment skill is the dominant determinant of performance. The reality, respectfully, is timing of the cycle when you deploy capital. So if you were deploying capital at the top of the market in 2021, it doesn't matter if you're Foundation or Sequoia or Benchmark or Founders Fund, you're just going to have slightly less bad returns than everyone else. And so top of the cycle, now we're going back down, and a lot of these B- or worse funds that made the B- or worse investments, they're going to go away.
The good news, though, is that even if you're deploying in, let's say, 2021, you just had to be a little bit better than everyone else, right? Like LPs are just looking for that. Versus, obviously, absolute numbers matter still, but I think the long-term thinking LPs are trying to see if there's persistence in strategy. In terms of raising a lot of capital, at least our philosophy has been because we have two separate vehicles. We have an early-stage seed stage fund, which is our main vehicle, and a follow-on fund, which is, I'd say, like late-stage venture, Series B, Series C. We've kept the second one pretty small, half the size, so that it makes sense to have the same kind of team and same kind of talent, versus if we raise a much bigger fund, I think we had to think about a different strategy, perhaps hiring different individuals to go look for new opportunities outside the portfolio, right? So it's kind of a business decision. There's certainly, I think for most investors, this temptation to raise more money, right? But then again, you have to deliver returns.
Yeah, there is that saying of your fund size is your fund strategy.
That's true.
Speaking earlier of the zombie unicorns, obviously we've been seeing a lot of companies stay private for longer. that has resulted in a lack of liquidity right now for both the VCs and their LPs. Are the VCs to blame for that? Because they sort of enabled this like continuing to stay private.
I think VCs do have a say in some of this, right? I mean, there's influence. There's no, I'm going to tell you what to do. But there's also other ways to manufacture liquidity. I think liquidity becomes a strategy and a proactive strategy versus an accidental thing that just happens because the companies are exiting. We've been trying to deliver some liquidity back to our LPs, almost every single quarter, because I think that's the most important thing to raise subsequent funds. However we do that.
So I think there are two dynamics. So in a post-Sarbanes-Oxley world, it doesn't make sense to go public unless you're above a certain size. And you can debate what that is, but the bar undoubtedly, I think we could all agree, has just gotten a lot higher, just because of the regulatory drag and burden of so forth of being a publicly traded company. So that's been in play now for a long time. And then the other dynamic that I think maybe isn't thought about enough is that after the financial crisis, money was basically free. Interest rates were zero. And so there are all these different bubbles that happen in basically every sector. But I think within our tech world, it was an even bigger bubble than others because people associated tech with growth, with yield. So they put even more money into our space. So what happened, our companies got even more money so they could remain private even longer. And so that's the dynamic that's going on. And again, if you don't have to have the deal with the headache of being a publicly traded company because you were able to raise gobs and gobs and gobs of money at the peak of the market, then you're going to stay private.
Fair enough.
What are you seeing?
Much of the same stuff. I'm just curious what it looks like on your side and whether or not VCs are introspective about this. Another thing that I'm seeing that's kind of interesting in the last couple of years, that it seems like a bunch of venture firms that have been around for like maybe 20 years or something are kind of reinventing themselves a little bit. Some of them are really leaning hard into the AI boom right now. Others are just taking different paths. Tell me about that. Is like now the time to really reinvent yourself as a venture firm, or else you might not make it?
I do think that no matter what firm you are, venture or otherwise, you have to reinvent yourself to stay relevant for the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. There's a little bit of a, hey, we have capital, so we deserve to exist. I don't think that's true, especially because we are funding the most innovative, change-embracing kind of companies. We started this reinvention, I think, with Fund 8. This was about 10 years ago, and really thought about like what does the industry look like and where we want to play there, and we really focus on the kind of pre-product market fit, super early stage, and built products and a firm and a team to support that. I think every single year we keep on asking the same question, like what are the experiments we can run internally, who are the people we can bring on, what are the things that we want to really double down in, and so that is a very proactive question, even though maybe externally there isn't that much data to showcase that.
Yeah, I think one of the dynamics that I would offer, so when we sold PayPal back in 2002, I moved to Arizona. So I've been in Arizona for 23 years, and I now run the largest venture capital fund in Arizona. So by California standards, it's minuscule, but by Arizona standards, it's a $150 million fund. And so in doing some analysis recently, it's very interesting. So last year, 75% of all venture capital was deployed in 3 states, all-time high. So Massachusetts, New York, California. The previous high was around 60% back at the top of the cycle. And then if you look at, from our perspective, in kind of a non-coastal kind of purview with our mandate, our entry point in terms of valuation for our Series A investments is 71% less than what it is in our coastal spots. So it begs the question, is talent now getting more democratized across the country, especially in a post-pandemic world, which was arguably kind of the biggest intra-migration in the United States since the Dust Bowl? And so my answer would be yes. So you have a lot of the AI type investments are in these coastal spots, which I would respectfully argue might be a little bit overvalued. And then are there opportunities kind of within those, those non-3 states that we just talked about?
Well, does that mean that you then have to sort of forego investing in these potentially life-altering AI companies if you're skipping the coasts?
I mean, my joke in Phoenix is that is the next OpenAI going to come out of Arizona? Probably not. Is that a bad thing? Probably not. that's fine. Like, let the Bay Area and Boston, and it's kind of the purview of MIT, Stanford type places, because you have to have really kind of super talented people. And that's an arms race that we just don't play in.
I mean, one thing is going back to fund size, right? I imagine a $150 million fund, you can invest in something that is a big outcome and just pick the one company and that makes the fund, right? Whereas like I think in the Bay Area, if you have a bigger fund, whether it's 600 or 6 billion, then you have to find, $20 billion or $100 billion of market cap eventually, and that's a different benchmark. I did some investing in Chicago as well, and the mandate was quite different, which was, hey, let's just make sure we're in the best companies are coming out of the Midwest, right? And I think that's doable as a strategy as long as you're able to get into the best ones.
Yeah, that's exactly what I see in Arizona. So if you have 10 investments with a VC portfolio, typically 3 are going to be zeros, 4 are going to be middling outcomes, and 3 are going to be the ones that really return your fund. So in the Bay Area, you're really focusing on those 3 that are going to be the grand slams. With my fund in Arizona, I'm actually focusing more on making sure I don't have any zeros, because I know that my ones that are going to be the really good performers are not necessarily going to be the grand slams. The next OpenAI is, again, not coming out of Phoenix, but maybe it'll be a triple, maybe it'll be a home run, but you have to do the VC calculus a bit differently.
Are you guys seeing any innovation from venture capital? I know that it's kind of a ongoing joke that you guys fund innovation, but you're not very innovative yourselves as an asset class. Are you seeing any sort of really smart innovation from your peers?
I don't know if it's smart innovation. What we define as innovation is it may be a little different than some of our startups. But at the very least, we rethink our strategy, our firm design, where we're playing every single year. We run that exercise. And I think that's already kind of different, right? And then more recently, we have built some more technologies in-house, and we're using a lot of tools to effectively track talent. So for example, we may understand, if we have 1,000 people that we want to track, we will try to understand any movement that they have online, right? So someone out of Databricks, first engineer, or first 10 engineer, if they change their LinkedIn or have some kind of conversation on Twitter, we'll be the first to know about it. Right, and that's like, already kind of puts us ahead of the game in terms of reaching out and having that conversation, maybe 6 months before they even leave the company, right? So we do a lot of those kind of things, and then we've built stuff like networks within universities. I don't know if they're super innovative, but it is a lot of execution that needs to happen because it's just a lot of work, a lot of people, many more companies that we're touching, many more people that we're touching compared to a growth stage firm.
It's a kind of a variation of your question that comes up a lot, is that how is AI going to change what we do? And so, and to put it differently, is it going to replace what we do? And so,
apparently not, according to Mark and Jason.
Well, I was literally about to say that. So, and again, this is about to be self-serving, so take it for whatever it's worth. But I agree with Mark. And so, not surprisingly, but because I think what we do at its core, especially the early stage folks with the relatively smaller funds, we're like talent scouts. It's like you're in Hollywood and you meet an actor, an actress, or an aspiring musician, and you're trying to assess, does this person have the chops to run through brick walls and work their tail off for the next 5, 10 further years to become the next, name your entrepreneur. And so that's a kind of an innate, very subjective skill to get. And I don't think AI is ever going to figure that out. Now, however, will early stage companies be able to become more efficient in terms of how they deploy capital? Probably. But I think net, that's a good thing, because essentially that's deflationary. It makes them more efficient in terms of how they use the capital that we give them. So I think net, it's a positive outcome.
And we have to remember, as humans, we still want human connection, right? Like we want to, even though ChatGPT can tell us, this blood test is indicating X, if you want a cancer diagnosis, you don't want a machine to be telling you that. You want a doctor who's empathetic, right? Similarly, if you're building a company and you're facing a lot of stuff, you'd rather talk to a human who can, console you, who can be your cheerleader than an AI. So I do think the human-to-human connection is actually quite important, especially at the early stage where so much of it is, how can I help you survive? Why do I believe in you? Why do I believe in your company? And that's not going to go away. And I think the other part of it, which is, right now with all the AI stuff, it feels like we can actually model a human, but we can't, right? We're just taking written text, which is maybe 5% of what represents me, and trying to predict what I might say. But 95% of how I feel, what I'm thinking, that's not captured anywhere. And so we're really talking about apples versus oranges in terms of what an AI can actually automate today, right? We're really, really far off from being able to capture a human. And because of that, I don't think we can predict which entrepreneurs are going to succeed versus not, and vice versa.
So if AI is not going to take your job, then what is the biggest threat to venture capital? Or venture capitalists, maybe?
Well, we've gone through a tough patch in the sense that we still have so many of these zombie unicorns that are still being marked falsely at very artificially inflated spots. We haven't returned enough capital to our LPs, and a lot of these funds, a lot of our peer funds are running out of capital and have to go back to market. That's a very, very bad combination. And so again, goes back to the earlier point that there's going to be a culling of the herd. But again, it's natural, and this was, again, an asset bubble within venture capital that got very, very inflated, and now we have to go through the painful process of just pushing the bubble down and going back to where we were with, say, 2,000, 2,500 venture firms.
Are those bubbles inevitable?
I'm sorry?
Are those bubbles inevitable?
You have 13 years of free money after the financial crisis. You're going to have bubbles everywhere. And again, I just think in the tech context, it was just especially extreme because, again, tech growth yield, so here's even more money.
Yeah, I mean, I think with every cycle, we're going to see the growth and shrinkage of some of these asset classes, and I don't think venture has ever been, venture has always seen that as well. Now, there's a question around, hey, are there going to be new types of assets that can come out? And I imagine, yes. I mean, there was the first days of private equity, the first days of venture capital, the first days of all types of investing. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone starts to create some kind of asset that might generate yield in a different way.
With the last minute or so that we have, what do you guys think is the most important thing that LPs have to understand about the next 5 to 10 years of venture capital?
I mean, with venture, one of the reasons why I think venture is hard for retail investors is that there is such a long-term horizon to liquidity, and I think LPs are trying to figure out what that horizon actually looks like, and whether this is like a good asset class to deploy in. This is why I think a lot of the really large funds are raising money from like the Middle East, because the reasons for investment are different, right? Versus a pension fund, which actually needs that predictability of liquidity at some point. So LPs have to figure out their own strategies and what they care about. And I think that exercise is happening as I speak to some of our LPs.
Are we going to see retail investors in venture?
The groups that have been moving towards these plays, which again, I think are pretty ingenious, so I give them credit, but are they doing this by choice or out of necessity? So, is Benchmark going to start going and rolling up RIAs? I don't think so. Not speaking for them.
That is a great place to end today's conversation. Thank you guys so much, and thank you all for coming and being with us this morning.
Thank you so much, Kia.
Stepping up to lead a company is no easy task, but stepping into the CEO role at a high-growth company takes a whole new level of resilience, clarity, and adaptability. As market dynamics shift and teams scale rapidly, today's CEOs must learn to navigate both vision and volatility. Our next speakers have made that leap. One co-founded Dialpad and turned it into a category-defining AI-powered communications platform that has raised over $400 million and serves more than 30,000 customers globally. The other leads Atmosphere, the streaming platform for businesses that's redefining in-venue entertainment with more than 60 million monthly viewers and over 50,000 venues using the service. But with success and skill comes with immense pressure and challenges. What does it take to become the kind of CEO who doesn't just survive skill, but thrives through it? To explore the leap into leadership, in conversation with Forbes and Rolling Stone contributor Rhett Power, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Dialpad, Craig Walker, and CEO of Atmosphere, Blake Sabatinelli.
Good morning.
Hey, good to be here.
Great to be here. So today's panel is called Becoming the CEO, the Leadership Leap. And we're going to talk about, we're going to dig into what it really takes to step up and lead at the highest level, especially when you're scaling fast and building and aiming to build a unicorn. Now, we love to talk about success stories, but this session isn't really about the headlines and the highlight reels. This session is about the decisions, the missteps, and the leadership pivots that have to happen at that level behind the scenes. And when the stakes are high and the pace is brutal and the pressure is real. So I'm going to dive into the first question. I don't want to talk too much. I want to get you guys here to talk for us. Let's start at the beginning. What's your first real, that you remember, your first real leadership gut check? And what did it teach you about the job that you're now in?
I'd say the first real gut check was we had left Google Voice and built this company, Dialpad, and right after we had literally launched our first real product, we had an opportunity to win a really large customer, like a massive enterprise customer with worldwide offices in like Malaysia and Krakow and all over the US. And they chose us, and like it was literally bet the company on this going successfully. And usually, you'd start with SMB and get some mid-market and eventually get up to an enterprise. But we were enterprise out of the gate for that. Like, I was shocked that they chose us, frankly. But it was a total gut check, and it was like all hands on deck. No way we can fail if we screw this up. I don't know if there's ever going to be any recovering. So that was gut check number one. And then like it literally just like, over the last 15 years, there's probably been 15 different gut checks similarly along the way.
And what I've realized when I was a CEO is that you start to you start to get calm about those things, right?
Right.
You realize that you can solve the problem.
Right, and it's one of those things of you're never going to have perfect information. You're never going to know all the details. You just got to have conviction, have confidence, and be ready for any eventuality. But you do get comfortable that you can muscle through it.
And you do get that confidence. I think that's a key word there. It comes with the experience.
Right.
Mine's not quite as exciting as yours. My first role as a CEO was with a news organization that was held within a public company. And it was founder-led, and I was coming in to take over as the CEO of the company. And unbeknownst to me, my day one as CEO, we were writing off the asset totally on our earnings call. And so my gut check was trying to figure out how I was going to convince a team of about 70 journalists at the time, how we're going to persevere and continue forward and continue to build this thing, even though the value of the company that had really just been bought like 10 months prior was down to zero. And when you hear zero, it's quite a punch in the gut. It taught me a ton about standing up in front of people and just being honest and bearing my soul about it, because there's nothing you can do besides just say, it's tough. It's really, really hard for us to get past this, but we're going to get forward. We're going to continue to march forward. And thankfully we did. Business continued to prosper through the 6 years that I was there. But yeah, it was a good time.
That was a great setup for my next question. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're making my job easy. So talking about, I want to go to that evolving of your leadership and learning to stand up and to say what needs to be said and laying it out. How have you evolved your own leadership? What do you do? What are your habits that do you have a coach? Do you have, how do you evolve as a leader? Because we have to grow, right? In order for our organizations to grow and to scale and to do what you're trying to do and what you guys are trying to build, how do you evolve individually?
I listen. a lot.
Okay.
I come into events like this a lot, and I listen to the other perspectives of the leaders that are around me in order to try to see if I'm doing the right thing. I listen to my employees to see if I'm doing the right thing. I get feedback and surveys from them on a regular basis to see if I'm moving in the right direction, because the reality is your gut only gets you so far in business, and data is data. It tells you exactly what you need to know. So it's, the same thing that I tell to my children. You have to listen, you have to open your ears, and you have to accept information, and that's how you evolve. If you're unwilling to listen, then you're unwilling to change. And if you're unwilling to change, you will fail in a role like this.
How do you get your employees, I want to dig on that in a second. How do you get your employees to give you honest feedback?
Be approachable, be honest in your,
Okay.
share everything with full transparency.
Okay.
That's
hard for a lot of people, and that's why I asked the question.
It's incredibly hard in a ton of different situations, but the reality is if you're not sharing the information as openly as you expect it to be shared back to you, then you're never going to get anything back. So it's a two-way street with everything in life.
Right.
You have to give what what you're expecting to get back, and so just open the book, tell them what's going on. You'll get much happier employees along the way.
I agree.
Yeah, perfect answer. I think the how have I evolved as a leader? When you're like the founder CEO, this started in my backyard with 3 coworkers from Google, and now we're 1,500 people, right? So your skills change quite a bit as you go through that. I'd say one of the biggest evolutions was, what do you let go of, what do you delegate, and what do you not let go of? And going back, if I just listen to the people who reported to me, everything's great in every single division all the time. So it's really important to still be in the details, to still go talk to the front lines, to still really find out what's going on, because every layer up, it gets a little bit nicer and smooth and sanded off. So it's been this weird, skill of learning what to delegate, but what not to take your eye off the ball. And you really do have to be approachable and be, honest and transparent works. And feel like the front lines are the folks who literally know what's going on, and they're the ones whose voices is heard the least. So getting in front of them and really hearing from them is radically important.
I want to get into speed versus sustainability. There's a constant tension there, I think. And how do you both decide when to push forward aggressively or when to, sort of hold back and pause and reevaluate?
Well, I'd say, one of the, any startup, your moat is your speed. Really, the faster, you're going to be faster than the entrenched competitors and the folks you're trying to disrupt. So that speed's critical. But you get to a certain point where you realize, look, if you're launching new things every month or every couple of weeks you push a new release, it's really hard for your sales reps to keep up with it. It's really hard for your partners to keep up with it. It's hard for your support team to keep up with it. And most importantly, your existing customers are like, man, just stop launching new things all the time. And so it's a really fine balance. And I think at the beginning we over-indexed on just nonstop rapid innovation, which worked well. But as you get tens of thousands of customers, you have to be much more balanced and strategic of how do you clump these things together, how do you train them, and how do you do just a couple a year that are big, impactful things you can talk about, rather than just nonstop 52 weeks a year, here's something new, here's something new. And and we've been playing with the dials. I think we're really close to a good balance, but we've been on the other side of too fast in the past.
I think there's this assumption that, especially at a startup, especially young startups, that all growth is good growth.
Right.
And it could not be further from the truth, because if you're growing in a wild, uncontrolled way, but you're not focusing on operational excellence at every turn, then your product will break instantly. The moment you get to some sort of scale, everything that you've built that you think is working will collapse because you didn't build it the right way. And so there's a push and pull, like you're saying. Am I building it right, and am I building it fast enough? in order to make sure that you're growing a business that's not just some huge growth vessel that can take on a ton of capital and has an exciting story around it, but it's a real business that has strong fundamentals behind it that won't break down the road when you start to achieve mass scale. So you really have to look at like, am I doing it right before you start to say, can I do it faster?
Of those kind of decisions that you guys have made, tell me a story or tell the audience a story of something that's backfired and how you recovered from that.
You want to go first?
You want to do the bad story first?
I'd say the going through rapid growth, like raising a bunch of money. And right when COVID hit, there was this moment of panic, and then everyone realized, actually, particularly for business communications, being able to empower people to work from anywhere, this is actually going to be a real boost. So we ended up raising a really big round. And there's just this pressure to be like, okay, we got it, let's go even faster, let's hire a ton of people. And the backfiring is, it's really hard to hire a ton of people, get them productive. The amount of time that goes into recruiting and onboarding and then
culture,
carrying and feeding and culture. And by the way, now no one's coming into the office because it's in the middle of the pandemic. So how do you build a culture and make them feel part of it? And there is just kind of this general, particularly, like venture-backed startups that raise a big round of like, we're going to go faster and hire a ton of people. Turns out a ton of people does not necessarily mean you're going to go faster. And so we really, that backfired a bit because we grew heads way too quickly during that period, but we've now sorted it out and we have a really good plan. But it was a process to work through the system of like, okay, before we say we need hundreds more people, let's make sure the hundreds we just hired are fully productive and we know what we can get out of them first. And that's a mistake you see a lot of companies make.
Yeah, I made that.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, at the risk of sounding repetitive, we did the same exact thing as you. I mean, we raised $203 million or some insane number of funding like that. And in the midst of all that, it's full LFG. We're gonna build this thing. We're flying it to the moon. And unfortunately, when you bring in 500 folks at a time, culture suffers immensely because you just can't. You can't keep the reins on it like you would traditionally do if you're bringing in people in a thoughtful and incremental way. And when you start to see that fracture in culture, you lose efficiency. When you lose efficiency, you're losing operational excellence, and everything kind of comes back to what I was saying before. Then you're building a product that's not sustainable, that's not scalable, and can't grow in a thoughtful way. And it really all starts with people, both from the good and the bad of the company. Everything that happens that's right at a company is because we have great people. A lot of times when you have challenges, they also are as a result of hyperscaling, not having the right people in the right places. It's just a self-fulfilling prophecy, unfortunately.
Do you think you raised too much money early?
I don't think so. I mean, at the end of the day, as a startup, cash is oxygen. You always want to have enough oxygen. And, it's having raised enough money gets you through, the last 3 years been a really rough period. You wouldn't want to be raising during that environment, right? So I think as long as you can realize this is your oxygen. I always think of it like the movie The Martian. Think of the money you have as literally the potatoes you have. No one's going to fly out and give you more. You have to make it last. So as a entrepreneur, I always want to have as much oxygen as possible, but you got to be smart with it. You can't just light it on fire and hope there's going to be another one coming. I'm always pretty judicious with it.
Yeah. I think number one rule in VC-backed companies: don't run out of money.
Right.
Don't run out of money, and don't run out of money.
It's any company, I think.
I think it's any company, but especially in a world where your valuation could take a significant hit, you see significant dilution. It's just critical you never ever run into that cash crunch. So no, I don't think we raised too much capital too early. It's been great for us to be able to go out and deploy and build a network. Building infrastructure is expensive, unfortunately. Craig knows this well, and it takes a lot of time, effort, energy, and cash to do it. And so, yeah, I think it was the right amount of money at the right time, and we haven't run out of cash, which is a good one.
Yeah. I think I would probably get my moderating credentials taken away if I don't mention AI.
Right.
But I want to frame it in a different way. Today, as a CEO, there's so many corners to look around, so many minefields that you can step on here on stage, talking to an employee. There's a lot of stress, and there's a lot to with AI and technology and the evolution here that we're seeing in technology and how fast it's moving. How do you look around those corners? How do you try to see what you have to see to run your companies and to lead them into the future? Because things are moving fast, and there's a lot of stress. How do you do that? How do you manage that in yourself? And talk about that a little bit.
Sure, it's interesting because we actually provide an AI-powered business communication platform for contact centers and sales teams and just your business communications. But internally too, there's no way you can be running a company today and not looking for efficiencies and productivity gains with the AI tools that are out there. The problem is new ones come out every single day or week, and there's so many new compelling,
and they're hard to onboard with your team. I mean,
well, and by the way, you do have to get the entire team bought in on it too, because this is not a threat. And we actually hired a chief AI transformation officer whose job is to get every single person in the company qualified up on just AI 101. How can every role be better using AI? And by the way, everyone in the company is now certified on that. And then it's like department by department by department, like in every single department can be better or more productive using these tools. So it's like, okay, now how do we pick the right one? How do we measure it? Is it the challenge is picking the right one. And by the way, you're going to get some wrong because something else is going to come up. But you have to, because your competitors are going to be doing that. And this is what we sell on too, is like, listen, if you're not using AI built into your support functions, you're going to have less happy customers than your competitors who are. So you have to do it. But you just really do have to embrace it because it's coming in. By the way, we sell it to our employees of like, look, these are skills you will need throughout the rest of your career. Don't look at this as a threat. Look at this as a superpower. And that's been pretty widely adopted or accepted by the team.
I mean, AI is a force multiplier.
Right.
And I think once you get your teams to realize that, things go a lot smoother. So we're fully enabled across our organization, have seen great uptake with it, and seen great efficiency gains with it. But I think people, once you start digging in with it, they start realizing, oh, this isn't here to take my job. Right. This is to take the rote mechanical parts of my job and automate them where I can focus on work that's going to have a higher impact for the business. And I think for me as an executive, I get a little bit of an edge. I used to be a software developer, and so playing with AI for me has been something that has been, a hobby, which probably speaks to the fact that I don't have any real hobbies, honestly. But it's allowed me to dig in and look forward and get around the corner a little bit more and have a better understanding of, oh, maybe we should be writing custom GPTs or GIMs in order to do these functions for the business, or be thinking about how we can leverage things like Claude more effectively across our engineering team so that we are more efficient, we are cutting edge, and we are trying to push to the bleeding edge of what this tech can do. Because if we don't, someone's going to come do it. And so we just have to make sure that we're pushing from the executive team down that this is a mission critical part of our business and we must get it done.
Do you think leadership's harder today?
Or smarter today?
Harder.
Oh, I think it's always hard. I mean, I will say the last 3, 4, 5 years have been incredibly unique times. COVID was a once in a lifetime type of thing that you had to manage through. How to manage a team remotely distributed around the world is unique to this period. Having wild economic uncertainty, then it sounds great and everyone's fired up, then it's wild economic uncertainty. So it's been a really challenging time, just macro worldwide. But it comes down to all the same foundational stuff, like point a strategy, get people bought in, inspire them, give them interesting things to work on, show why it matters, dig into the details. I don't think those things change, but the role externally has been very challenging.
Yes.
It's just different. Being a boss is hard. Running a company.
Always probably has been.
It's never been an easy thing to do. Running a company has never been an easy thing to do. There's trapdoors around every corner, and there's always something that can go wrong. But I think the biggest difference today is the need and the push for additional transparency from employee to C-suite. And it kind of comes back to what I was saying before. In order to build high-performing teams, at this point, we have to open the book up fully and show them everything that's happening, because there's an expectation in a world that there are no more secrets. Everyone's life is public. Every piece of data and piece of information is now public. So it has to be different internally too. And that's a different muscle for a lot of folks to flex. And it's going to be even more challenging. And I'm sorry to my public company peers. When you start getting to a stage where you've built a startup and you're making it to the exit horizon, and you're going to take the company public, and there's things that you can't say anymore. And it's just going to be a different world that you're going to have to think through with a different set of challenges. But it's always been hard to do this.
Yeah. So we've got about 2 minutes left, and so you get about a minute each on this question. What's one piece of traditional CEO advice that you think is flat out wrong today? And what belief or behavior has actually helped you survive and lead well?
Trust your gut is shit. Your gut is part of your decision-making process. Data will set you free, always. And so anyone who's like, I just have a gut feeling, let's go back and look and see if there's any kind of evidence or data that can back that up. Because in a lot of instances, including in instances of my own, my gut has been wildly wrong. So I've evolved a little bit and changed my mind on that perspective. But yeah, trust your gut is very challenging. What was the second part of the question?
What belief or behavior has actually helped you survive and lead well?
Be kind. I'm a big believer that you can lead and be an executive and do all the things that are hard with kindness and compassion. This role doesn't require you to be a hard ass or a terrible human being. It actually requires you more often than not to be a really good person, because you just have people working for you. So you gotta be kind.
Yeah, I love that.
I'd say,
All right.
Yeah?
I think some of the advice, so this is my third startup, and the advice of build an MVP very quickly and get it out in the market and see if people like it. Like I've always taken the opposite approach, that like get one chance to make a first impression. You don't want to have some crappy thing out there. You want to have a launch. You want to build some buzz. You want people to talk about it. You want people to like it. You want people to you want to build that following. And if you throw, like a half-baked thing out there and just all right, here we go, check it out, see if you like it, I don't think that's a great way to go. And by the way, in the world of business communications, it literally has to work every time, so there's no way to really be able to do that. I think that's been something that I've completely ignored. And I'd say just kind of like Brian Chesky wrote that, the founder mode thing. I think
right.
I'm a big buyer into that. You can't delegate just because you're a big company, you've brought in senior execs. You still have to be in the details. You still have to care and make sure that everything's great.
Yeah. Well, what's the saying? Inspect what you expect.
Right.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
I'm excited for our next talk. How many NBA fans are in the audience today? Let's hear you. Woo! When the buzzer sounds, the real game begins. Athletes today are rewriting the rules of legacy, not just through trophies, but through entrepreneurship, creativity, and impact across industries. Our next speakers are doing just that. One is a 3-time NBA champion, Olympic gold medalist, and Grammy-nominated producer working with Justin Bieber. Another is a former NBA All-Star and current chairman of a firm focused on mental health, investing, and social impact. Together, they will share how they built ventures across music, media, tech, private equity, and more, proving that greatness doesn't end at the final whistle. How do you turn athletic excellence into a long-term platform for influence and ownership? To explore what legacy looks like beyond the game, in conversation with JD Durkin from CBS News, please welcome 3-time NBA champion, Olympic gold medalist, and Grammy-nominated producer Javel McGee, and the chairman of Artist Management Group and NBA champion, Meta World Peace. Woo!
This is awesome. Thank you, everyone, for being here. JaVale McGee, Meta World Peace. Between the three of us here on stage, we got 4 championship rings in the NBA. Don't ask me how many come from me. It's great to have both of you guys here. It's a conversation all about building a legacy for these guys off the court. Obviously, the two of you need no introductions, but JaVale, let me kick things off with you. At what point in your playing career did you realize it was time for you to start building a brand and really build a life off the basketball court?
I was blessed enough to be a journeyman in the league, and a lot of people don't say that. They feel like they're lucky to stay on one team. But I got to experience a lot of cities, a lot of people, and one city I got to stop in was Golden State. And being there, I got to be able to be literally in the middle of Silicon Valley and in the prime of winning 2 back-to-back NBA championships also. So just being there really helped me out in being able to kickstart what I wanted to do in the venture space.
Meta, how about for you? Was there that aha moment where you realized, hey, my identity for a long time has been as a basketball champion. Now it's time to start putting a focus somewhere else a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, started out in high school or elementary. I wasn't the greatest student, but I always was competitive. When I would get a failing grade, it would eat at me, you know, and I would be like, how did this happen? I studied, I tried to get it right, but I failed. And I took that competitive nature into basketball. I took it into high school. My first year in high school, I had a 60 average. It was a D, a 60 in New York City. They go by numbers, but then my last semester was a 95 average, you know, and then I went from that to getting a letter from Princeton, right? So I almost went to Princeton because I'm competitive, but I went to a basketball school in St. John's University. But when you carry that over, you know, to the NBA, basketball is great, but I needed something else to stimulate my mind. And as I played 17 years or 18 years, something like that, when I retired and I woke up, I'm like, man, I don't have any skill sets. So I was kind of depressed. I remember the one day I woke up. But then I said, hold on, you know, your first major was architecture. Like, apply it, right? So I think that whole journey kind of gave me the confidence, you know, to move forward now.
Yeah, I'm always interested to talk with former athletes because whether it's the NFL or the NBA like you guys, there's oftentimes a sense of, you know, my identity for so long, from childhood through my playing career, has been as an athlete in this sport. What did that kind of look like for both of you guys to sort of reestablish maybe a bit of a new purpose for what you do now in venture capital, entrepreneurship as well? JaVale?
I mean, it's always about expanding. And as an athlete, like you said, you're competitive. So that's what our identity has always been. We want to win. We want to be the best. We want to score the most points, get the most rebounds, block the most shots. But at the same time, we know that life isn't just basketball. That's just a catalyst for what it can catapult you to be really go into. So when it came to the venture stuff, it was like, okay, how can I be competitive in this space? What spaces do I need to be in? And as a basketball player, we're in a team sport. So we're like, what teammates do we need to add to our team to really win this game, I guess?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, JaVale, he's a great example of being a rookie and then becoming a champion. When you watch you in your early days, when you was trying to figure it out, and then people actually, he was a contributor to those 3 championships, and you've seen the cerebralness, and now it's really good to see him in the prime, still in his prime for the most part, you know, and then applying it to business while still playing basketball. And that's what I think athletes need to do more. You know, for myself, I was always interested in the numbers side. You know, I was also attempted to major in math. I was always interested in that side. And like, where do you apply that skill set to and that passion and this chaos that goes on in the athlete's mind? So for me, it wasn't about launching one company, one shoe brand, or one record label. I'm kind of scatterbrained, so I had this play to my strengths. When I played basketball, I did everything. I passed, I scored, I can shoot. That's like an accelerator mindset. That's a private equity mindset. That's having a holding company mindset. So I applied that to the opportunities and just became the chairman of a holding company. And I had to find these similarities because I didn't have a background in business.
Are you guys as competitive now in the world of entrepreneurship as you feel like you guys were on the court?
For me, absolutely. It's about winning. No one likes to lose on any aspect of anything, so absolutely winning.
Yeah.
I would agree. Yep, I would agree.
What were the first industries or companies for you guys, Javale, I'll start with you, that made you say, I want in on that?
For me, I had a stint in my life where I was really on a vegan lifestyle, and the opportunity to invest in Beyond Meat came, and I was pre-IPO. I got to invest pre-IPO on Beyond Meat, and that was one where I was a winner, and that was the first one I did to where I was like, okay, this is how this works. It was kind of a cheat code though, because you win on your first one. I would rather lose on your first one to where you really lock in. So you win on that first one, you think everything's going to be a winner.
If you don't mind, is that kind of like winning a championship your rookie year, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then you go to a bad team and you're like, what is this?
I don't win every year? Like,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I was the opposite of my career. I went to a losing team. So when I got to a winning team, I was like, oh, wow, this is a whole different culture. So I feel like
blossom too.
Absolutely. And then when I got to when I got that Beyond Meat deal, that's when that was my first one. So like you said, I was like being a rookie on a championship team and thinking it's like that everywhere, but it is not.
Yeah, for sure. Matt, how about for you, that first industry that made you say, that's where I want to put my money and focus?
Well, as an athlete, we just emotion, right? Either you majored in something incredible or you got lucky and grateful enough to be with a good manager. But when you look at us athletes collectively, sometimes we're not positioned in that as such, where you can make the great decision, a good decision. So we've seen the stories out there. We've seen so many stories. So for me, it was the emotional part. Finance taps into your emotions, right? And not only as athletes, but also as entrepreneurs. We see so many entrepreneurs that they exit a company and then they just go crazy. Or an athlete, they make money and then they start going crazy, or even an entertainer. So for me, it was entertainment, but there was no rhyme or reason to it, right? So at that point, you can be throwing money into the ocean. Just a direct deposit right into the Pacific Ocean, right? But as I got older, I started to add infrastructure to my mindset, accounting and general counsel, and just like really churning over every stone. And I actually learned a lot from the players, like even watching JaVale, I learned a lot from Stephen Curry, just watching Stephen on the court. I'm like, it's something that he's doing that is special. And then Kobe said one day that he turns over every stone when he works out. Now, I do the same thing, but sometimes I need that reassurance.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, that's actually a good follow-up there. Any lessons from either players you played with or coaches you played for? Matt and I kind of talked about this a few days ago, that you learned while you were a player that you feel you can now apply to your world in venture.
I feel like I've played with a lot of players in my career. The Gilbert Arenases, the LeBrons, the Steph Currys, some all Hall of Famers. And one thing that I saw was the work ethic. The work ethic before before practice, before games, and the work ethic after practices and after games, if it's a win or a loss. And I definitely apply that into the business world, or even if it's a win or a loss, I still have to go in there and get the work done and do the work. So I feel like I drew that from the greats that I've been a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested in how you guys have both managed to turn your interests into business conviction. Meta, I'll kick things off with you here. I know that sports tech has been so important, and I wonder kind of what your original investment thesis was when you first got into the world of investing in sports tech, and has that thesis kind of evolved for you a little bit over the last few years?
Well, originally, there was no thesis. You just get an opportunity, somebody offer you equity, you take the equity in this industry, you take the equity in this sector. Well, what's happening, if you launch a venture capital firm, you're going to have a thesis. Well, if you don't put a thesis on your time, one, you're taking time away from your family. You're taking time away from yourself. So I had to put a thesis on my time. So when I put a thesis on my time, that's when I really went to the next level. And I didn't want to pay for that thesis. I didn't want to hire someone $150,000 a year, $200,000 a year, just to give me a thesis. What I did was I went into the NBA arena and I said, Geico, State Farm, Gatorade. I said, okay, where sports affect the outcome of success. That's going to be my thesis. And when I created a thesis for myself, I started to attract like-minded people. And that thesis came maybe in 2018 or maybe 2019, something like that. And I just gave myself time. It took me 11 years to make it to the NBA, right? And I said, you know what? I'm not expecting anything to happen overnight. It's going to take me 11 years to go pro in venture capital, right? And I got a lot of patience. When I'm practicing, I'm not looking at the shot clock. I'm looking at, did I get this drill done? If it's going to take me an hour or if it's going to take me 4 hours. I'm not going to the next drill until I get this drill complete. And that's the same way I approach business.
Yeah. JaVale, earlier on, you mentioned your work early on with Beyond Me. I know you and a lot of other players, you're also involved with Dapper Labs, Vancouver's own. Shout out to Vancouver, of course. The big, yeah, come on, let's go. The name behind NBA Top Shot, big blockchain offerings as well, which our crowd would be interested in. From the venture side, there's so much hype. There's so many splashy things out there to kind of follow shiny things. How do you separate the signal from the noise? How do you know to kind of which pitches to maybe put to the side and which ones to really focus on?
I think it involves your team. Like I said, we're NBA players, so we play a team sport, and you really got to get your starting five in order. I have a great business partner, Kez Reed, and we're partners in Esther Ventures, which is our fund, and it's when things come, a lot of things come across the table, but he and I look at them all the time, and we make sure that we cipher through them and make sure that it's the right call. So everything's we're not 100% obviously, but with enough due diligence, obviously, and being able to have a network of people we can send it to, and what do you think about this? What do you think about this? The Bill Gurleys of the world, the Ben Horowitz of the world, and just being able to ask them how they feel about it, and they've seen some great companies. So just being able to have that network and that team is really important.
Yeah, let me follow up with you there. What are you most excited about for the work at Esther Ventures? Because obviously it's the type of initiative. I mean, I'm on stage with 2 former athletes, 2 NBA champions.
Right.
Not every athlete goes into the world of venture capital.
Sure.
And I'm lucky enough to be on stage with 2 of the greats who have done exactly that. So when you're there with Kez and you're building out Esther, I mean, I gotta imagine there's a lot that you're excited about.
Absolutely. Right now we're looking at we're raising a fund right now, but right now we're definitely looking at, there's a company called Radiant that are doing portable 1 megawatt portable. What am I trying to say? 1 megawatt portable nuclear reactors. So energy is where we're at right now.
Awesome.
So just the fact that we get to we're literally in the future of nuclear reactors is insane. I just love to be a part of that.
Meta, you launched an agency in China last year, 37 partners. Specifically, I know you're trying to help athletes there. How did your experience playing in China kind of inform this decision to now kind of go back and help athletes? I know a lot of it is dealing with like the localization effect, right? You can't really, Western agencies can't just copy paste onto a market like China, and you saw that front and center. So what does that look like for you and your companies?
Yeah, the starting point for that, came from being an athlete. Once again, playing under Phil Jackson and, seeing how the triangle works, team play, which is why I think Astor Fund, his fund is going to be really successful because he's starting at a good point. So if you can get in, actually. But, for me, our test management group, that's my holding company. 37 partners, I launched a company out of Hong Kong because I saw an issue. When players go to China or Asia, there's been an issue on players getting paid. There's been an issue on sustainability when the athlete goes to Asia and not just going for a one-off deal, but staying there, and when you leave, continuing to generate revenue. So I became a chairman of a company in Hong Kong, and also now we're launching one in the mainland. But we have my holding company. We have China relations. And we also have foreign relations. Dealing with the mainland China is different than dealing with the rest of the world, right? So we have China relations, we have foreign relations, and it's just feeding my ecosystem. So 37 partners is something we just launched out there. So now I have boots on the ground. If I wanted to launch merchandise, if we need to pay attention to quality control at manufacturers, or even pay attention to one of our portfolio companies in the mainland or off the mainland, Hong Kong or Macau, now I got boots on the ground, and I don't have to always wait until I go back, to the mainland. But we have about 13 companies that we control under the holdings company, and then we use those companies as services to service our clients or our existing portfolio, and kind of create an autonomous kind of system. So I don't always have to be, so I can go on vacation, so I can go hike, and I can do things like watch boxing and watch YouTube. I love to watch YouTube. I like my time.
Love to watch YouTube.
Yeah.
What type of stuff you watching on YouTube?
Boxing.
Boxing on YouTube. I love that. What's awesome about you guys, you're not just NBA champions, but when you won your championships in the league, you played for two of the greatest coaches, Phil Jackson, Steve Kerr. And Meta and I were talking the other day about a few of the lessons he's learned from playing from Coach Jackson. Obviously, what a championship caliber coach he is, 11 rings in his own right. I wonder for you guys in the world of business, VC, entrepreneurship, who are the Phil Jacksons and Steve Kerrs of this world that you guys have kind of learned from in the last few years?
My personal favorite, Jim Zukin founded Houlihan Lokey, one of the biggest kind of mid banks. They do a service fee based bank. I've built my model off him. He's a rock star in the world. The chairman of the LA Times, Patrick Soon-Shiong, has really been a great mentor. Because the type of company I'm trying to launch, I targeted out my mentors specifically, people that launched institutions or has been C-suite at institutions. So those have been the Phil Jacksons of my world.
Awesome. How about for you, Jim?
I would say the Bill Gurleys, the Ben Horowitz. But player-wise, I would say Andre Iguodala. When I was playing with him, I got an opportunity to sort of shadow him, just seeing how he was working and moving in those venture capital streets, and it was very inspiring.
Yeah, you guys learn a lot from other players. I get that sense, right? Who have maybe been at the venture game, maybe even a couple years more from you. I feel like it's a big learning curve, right? And you're chatting with guys either in the locker room or in the off season.
And even when you look at JaVale getting a Grammy, I've been in music. Shaq 2 platinum albums, so he's the kingpin when it comes to athletes and music. I tried to follow, but then you look at JaVale, he came in and got a Grammy. I'm like, wow.
Nominated.
Well, that's also hard to do.
Great, Grammys.
That's also hard to do.
It's coming. Yeah, come on, let's go. That's why. I'm glad you brought that up. So let me ask. So for anyone who doesn't know, it was a writer and producer for a Justin Bieber album, nonetheless. And you got yourself a Grammy nomination. How have you taken your connections from the league and your overall place and stature and been able to now explore new venues that obviously you're very passionate and, man, if you got a Grammy nomination, obviously you're very good at it as well.
Absolutely. It was the opportunity to play in LA for 2 years and just be around all the Hollywood stars and musicians and just be in the right place at the right time. I've always had the passion for music and producing, and it was just timing, if anything, and I got the great opportunity to produce and write on a song on the album Changes, Justin Bieber's album Changes, and it was Grammy nominated, so yeah. That's how that happened.
Just add it to the list, like another one-liner. That's awesome. Meta, I know that the mental health and wellness space is also very important to you. Talk to me, if you're willing to, a bit about your personal journey and how that kind of informs now how you go about investing in companies and names in that space.
Well, initially, I was only doing philanthropy. I was giving my time every day. I was never into business. It's basketball, entertainment, party in LA, and philanthropy. That was it. And then when philanthropy became overwhelming, I had to get into business because I wasn't really generating any revenue. So that's what got me into business. But I wanted to embed social impact into my business. So I was trying to embed, for-profit but nonprofit. How do you bring the two together? As I tried this for years and years, maybe 5 years, I wasn't able to kind of hit my target. But now I'm in a rhythm. I'm actually able to find for-profit social impact companies, which is really exciting. I'm kind of stubborn in that way where I never invested in fast food, never took a deal with fast food. I wouldn't do alcohol, never took a deal with doing anything in alcohol because of what I'm trying to do moving forward. I'm currently on the board of UCLA Psychiatric Ward. I'm on a couple other psych boards, American psychiatrists, Black American psychiatrist boards and different things like that. But it's really important. You see now every team has a therapist. And that came from 2011, 2010 after I really went public with being vulnerable. Now every team has a therapist. And it's really important because what the players these days don't see is what our players were going through in the locker room. They don't see that. We was in the locker room with players that was stressed and, you're making a lot of money, but money is not everything, right? So I'm really passionate about the space. And now getting into the for-profit side of it because I'm seeing so many people enter the for-profit mental health sector, but they're not necessarily giving back, or it's just an opportunity to add a business model and create an extreme amount of wealth. So now I'm getting into the for-profit side.
What advice would you guys give to young NBA players, maybe even in their first year or so, about building a portfolio and maybe being a little bit more business-minded before their career on the court comes to an end?
I would say two things. One thing is listen and don't talk. Just be a listener, because especially as a young guy, just made it to the league, especially if you're a top 10 pick, you think you know it all, but you definitely don't. And you need to just listen, just sit back and listen. And then build your team. Try to put yourself around people that are trying to elevate at the same level that you are, not people that are just taking. Make sure you look at your team and just try to find that point guard that can really help you go to where you need to go.
That's awesome. Meta, how about for you?
Well, that's talking to my younger self.
Yeah.
You know, I wasn't listening to anybody at 19 years old. I thought, not only did I think I knew it all, I also, as an athlete, as a professional athlete, you go through your own journey. But I would have literally mirrored that. And then sometimes it doesn't click with everybody. But yeah, listening, using your ears is very important.
Absolutely. We've got a few minutes left here. Let's talk about some new projects. JaVale, I'll kick things off with you, things you got coming up later on this year down the line that people can pay attention to if they want to follow you for more.
I have my talk show, the JaVale McGee Show. I'm launching that soon, either end of 2025 or beginning of 2026. So be on the lookout for that. It's a talk show, has sketch comedy, it's really gets to show my personality. And as NBA players, we don't always get to show our personality. Now it's different, but when I was first in the league, I was posting YouTube videos before you get monetized on YouTube, and the staff was like, "Hey man, just worry about basketball. You're doing too much with the internet and everything." Yeah. And then now, 15 years later, 16 years later, they ask guys like, "Do you have a media team? Like, do you have somebody that posts on your Instagram for you and on your YouTube?" I'm just like, it's literally the definition of being ahead of your time. So that's what I have going though.
Awesome. Matt, how about you?
Yeah, just an artist management group. I'm the chairman of operating holding companies. So you can go to artistmanagementgroup.com. The website is actually updating pretty soon. I'm really excited about it. You'll be able to join some of our events there. The former CEO of Boost Mobile is my CEO. We're actually really launching. It's really coming together. And you can also go to artestuniversity.com. That's our 501c3. We're attempting to build out a university out of Los Angeles. And everything else goes down from there.
All right, we got time here with our last 2 minutes or so for a quick lightning round. These are just a few quick questions. JaVale, you first. The first app on your phone that you open in the morning?
Coinbase.
Coinbase, nice. Meta, first app for you in the morning?
YouTube.
YouTube, for boxing videos, I'm sure.
Yeah, and then some other things.
That's awesome. All right, next up, JaVale. What would your walk-up song be if you enter a boardroom instead of entering an NBA arena?
Eye of the Tiger.
Ooh, nice, classic.
That's a good one. It would probably be a Mobb Deep song from Queens.
Of course, Prodigy, of course, Queens, yeah, absolutely, shout out. All right, JaVale, the first non-basketball thing that you would teach an NBA rookie?
The first non-basketball thing I would teach an NBA rookie. I would say balance a checkbook, but we don't have checkbooks anymore. So I would just say, just get a hold of your finances. Try to figure it out as much as possible. Pay attention to it.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to agree with that, and just find a CEO that fits you, that fits your DNA and what you love.
Cool. All right, final question. One tech founder you would do a jersey swap with?
Elon Musk.
I would pick Warren. I mean, you wouldn't consider him a tech, but his whole company is full of tech, so I would probably pick Warren Buffett.
Absolutely. Two legends right there, JaVale McGee and Meta World Peace. My special thanks to both of you. Give it up for our special guests here in Vancouver. Thank you, gentlemen. It'd be great to have you guys.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
My guy.
Next, we are diving into the world of bioscience. What if extinction wasn't forever? Thanks to advances in synthetic biology, genome editing, and conservation science, species once thought lost to history, like the woolly mammoth and the dodo, may soon walk the earth again. As of 2025, the Yangtze giant soft-shelled turtle is considered the most recently extinct species, with only one known surviving female and no confirmed living males. Globally, more than 160 species have gone extinct in the past 20 years, and thousands more are critically endangered. Our next speaker is helping lead this radical rewilding effort. As Chief Animal Officer at Colossal Biosciences, he's on the front lines of de-extinction science and biodiversity restoration. What happens when science revives what nature lost? And are we ready for their return? To explore the future of de-extinction in conversation with Ben Painter from National Geographic, please welcome the Chief Animal Officer at Colossal Biosciences, Matt James.
You made a fucking direwolf.
Our incredible team made 3 direwolves so far.
We turned out to that remarkable scientific breakthrough.
A howl 13,000 years in the making.
The direwolf is the first de-extinct species.
We're making history.
And it's broken the internet.
Using genetic engineering, a company called
Colossal
Biosciences
revive these extinct animals. How old, you might ask?
and something called de-extinction. Have you ever seen Game of Thrones?
Of course.
You actually have direwolves?
Everything that we make that has an application to conservation, anyone in the world can use to help save animals.
They are so adorable.
I'm like, babe, what are you thinking about? He's like, how the direwolf would be as high as his counter. That's what men think about.
This is just fascinating. They have de-extinctified the direwolf.
Ride on them, come through with it, just slide.
I like that.
Those direwolves are beautiful. So many questions.
Explain how you did that.
Ancient DNA from direwolf fossils.
The magic comes from multiplexed precise editing.
This is a monumental genetic first for the world and for America.
Unreal. Quite remarkable. Mind-boggling. One step. Wait till we see what's next.
You gotta give it up to the man, 'cause I'm back.
All right, well, welcome everybody, and thank you, Matt, so much for being here. I guess as the video that we just saw shows, your company recently broke the internet and made a bunch of news by launching, recreating an animal that hasn't been seen in over 10,000 years, the direwolf. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
It's been an absolutely insane month or so ever since we announced to the world that we restored the first species ever from extinction. The direwolf has returned to Earth for the first time in 12,500 years. So everything from the first week and the internet buzz that was going on to then engaging with conservation scientists across the world and talking to other tech entrepreneurs about the work that Colossal Biosciences is doing, not just as a company, but also as a fundamental changing force within the biodiversity crisis.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredible. And I think it's important to note that the direwolf, although it did create incredible amounts of headlines, is just one portion of a much larger ambition for the entire company. So you have the woolly mammoth, the thylacine, the dodo, all of these different species that once existed in the world that you're trying to bring back for a bigger reason. And can we just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, de-extinction is this idea that we have this amazing intersection of technologies today, from synthetic biology tools like genome engineering and reference genome creation to animal sciences like embryology and assisted reproduction that literally allow us to be able to re-engineer species that were once lost to extinction. So this idea is that we can use cutting-edge genome sequencing technology in order to go back in time and find specimens that have been lost for up to 1 million years. And we can begin to decode their DNA. And then using our AI-powered computational biology software platform called FormBio, we're able to compare that to their closest living relative. Once we understand what makes, say, a mammoth versus an Asian elephant, we can then begin to change the genome of Asian elephant cells in the places where they differ to make a woolly mammoth cell. And then using amazing science like embryology, we're able to create embryos and eventually transfer those into live animals so that we can have gestational surrogates and then eventually give birth to the world's first de-extinction. So in this case, we made dire wolves last October. My mind was blowing as I sat in a room as 2 dire wolves were born, and then I held them, 4 weeks later when the first dire wolf howl in 12,000 years occurred. It just gives me goosebumps even today.
Yeah, that's incredible, and I think it's important to remember. One of the things you guys are doing, and we've talked a little bit about this, is making science really, really cool, really, really approachable. But also, the ambition is not to build a Jurassic Park. And can we just talk a little bit about what happens when species like this ultimately get released in the wild, the sort of benefits that you might find in an ecosystem, or how they could be healthier for the planet?
Yeah, certainly. I spent my last 15 years before joining Colossal in nonprofit conservation organizations with this idea that we needed to make meaningful change to this biodiversity crisis. Between today and 2050, we expect we could lose up to half of our biodiversity across the world. And we weren't shifting again in that crisis enough. And so when Colossal launched, it launched with this idea that if we could restore species from extinction, species that played really integral roles within a larger ecosystem, we could begin to support those ecosystems. I like to think about ecosystems like a Jenga puzzle, right? And every time we lose a species, you sort of lose one of those blocks, and the stability of that puzzle shifts. And eventually it'll totally collapse. And that has impacts across not just nature but humanity that we really need to be prepared for. Colossal represents the first ever opportunity that I've experienced in my career for us to begin to put blocks back in that puzzle, for us to begin to shore up the stability of ecosystems in a way that lifts biodiversity around it, that improves natural cycles like carbon sequestration, in a way that makes nature more natural again and make it more adaptable to an ever-changing, developing humanity.
Yeah, and again, I think that's the ambition is such. It just feels like such a moonshot, and yet you're proving that it can be a practical reality. And one of the things that's impressed me as we've started to chat a little bit is, yes, you brought back the direwolf, but the ripple effect of what that science can do now with similar species is also taking hold. And can we just talk a little bit more about how the direwolf then leads to more support for other animals that might be unexpected?
Yeah, I think we're a little oddball in the biotech and the science space, right? We like to say that we're when MTV meets Harvard, right? We want to bring things into the cultural zeitgeist. We want to make pop culture focus on things that mean something. If we can get more people to focus on extinction and words like conservation, then we're doing something, even if we never succeed in bringing the woolly mammoth back, right? However, we also have these amazing suite of technologies that it requires to make a woolly mammoth or a direwolf. If you think of this as a moonshot, those are independent technologies that we're developing along the way that conservation would have otherwise gone without. And now we're using those tools to apply them to conservation problems today. So in the case of the direwolf, we actually were really excited, and it didn't make quite as many headlines. I think we had something like 390 billion media impressions on direwolf. 9 billion of those media impressions were on the red wolf. The American red wolf is the only endemic wolf to the United States. It's the world's most endangered wolf. There's only 12 in the wild. We cloned 4 of them, sorry. And so this idea that we cloned them and we actually used genes that weren't represented in the wild, so we're bringing new genetic diversity to an alien population.
Yeah, that's incredible too. And I guess I am a little bit curious. We're talking about as a primary business, how you're both doing good for the world, but the goal would be to also perhaps do well while you do it. And how does this business model actually work? What is the way in which you can continue to change the world and create some profit?
I love it because I spent, like I said, 15 years in nonprofit, and I saw the resource gaps that we faced. Ben Lamb, our CEO, helped create this sort of monetizable business around doing good. We love to say we should be able to do well while we do good. Colossal launched 4 years ago. In those 4 years, we've raised more than $450 million. We're valued at $10.2 billion. We're the first decacorn in Texas. Those things happen for a reason, and it's because there is a real monetizable aspect to our business. If you think of us like a technology incubator, these moonshot projects bring funding and interest and amazing scientists to the table that can develop technologies that are meaningful not just to conservation, but to other fields of science. And then as we give them to the conservation world for free to help fight the biodiversity crisis, we're also able to license, sell, spin out those technologies to other fields of science like human health research.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So you recreate a direwolf, 3 direwolves, and you have a shift towards the red wolf and helping things, helping revive that species there. It all sounds really fantastic, and at the same time, I think conservationists have a long history of having the best intentions, and yet those intentions often sometimes not always working out as predicted. And I am curious, is there a general critique that you hear often of the type of frontier level work that you're doing, and what would be sort of the way that you reconcile it?
Well, I think it was Spider-Man gave us that great phrase, with great power comes great responsibility, right? Sure. And we certainly feel that. This technology is extremely powerful. The potential of what we can do is amazing for the good of the world. But we totally understand that these technologies can be applied in a variety of ways. So I think there's one misconception that we probably run into quite a bit. Other than there's also the Jurassic Park. Your scientists were so busy wondering if they could, they never asked if they should. We ask if we should a lot, right? We have bioethicists on staff. We have these questions a lot, and we have to face those internal discussions. However, I think one of the misconceptions is that Colossal can sort of act independently and could bring back a woolly mammoth throat in the wild. These things just don't happen in a silo. These require huge networks of conservation partners, of government regulators, of government conservation agencies, and it happens in this large network. Colossal just happens to be sort of the engine that keeps that thing going and funding it and pushing it forward, and we'll continue to push the boundaries, because without fundamental change to the way we conserve and live with nature, we will lose nature probably in our lifetime.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that's something else that I've heard you say before, which is, as you start to think about what you are creating, you have to have a place to put them. And if there's no viable sort of habitat left for them, then we have a tremendous problem. To that end, I want to talk a little bit about the proper animals that have been created. Can you tell me a little bit about the direwolves and their names and what they're like and their distinct personalities?
I mean, I pinch myself every day because I have to think back to October when I was standing in a room with the first time an extinct species was returned to Earth. But those are individual animals with individual personalities. So the first 2 that were born were our 2 boys, Romulus and Remus. I think the names are great. They stand for a lot of great things. And then a few months later, we had a little girl born, Khaleesi. So those 3 animals represent the first direwolves in 12,500 years, right? But they're also these amazing little animals. Just like anybody wants to go on Instagram and watch cute cat or dog videos, we have those videos too, and our social media has blown up because being able to track the growth and development of these animals has been amazing, as personally, just as an animal lover, but then also as a scientist. We are learning things about the most genetically modified animals in the world that we wouldn't have otherwise known. We are learning things about an extinct species because nobody's ever been able to study a direwolf, because 12,500 years ago we weren't researching direwolves, right? So it's been this amazing opportunity for us to see sort of the individual personalities grow, but also the way that we can contribute to the field of science, and sort of this extinct ecology of the direwolf has been such an amazing treat.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, and to be clear, they're not sort of sleeping in a cage somewhere. They have their own habitat where they sort of enjoy life naturally.
Yeah,
right?
I love to say that they live in the Ritz-Carlton of ecological preserves. So they're in an undisclosed location in the northern continental United States. For their safety, for the safety of my team, we don't really talk about where they are specifically, because somebody might be a little too interested and want to get a little too close to a 140-pound wolf.
Yep.
But I think they do live on this 2,000-acre preserve that's fenced. It's got tons of security. These animals are living an incredible life, and to watch them develop as we can, they started in a small area, and we keep growing their ability to roam. Now you have to go and take a Jeep out into the field and try to find them. To watch them be wolves, to watch them be wild animals has been maybe the best honor of my career.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked a little bit about the difficulty of, finding them as they go out and roam. I know that there's been some other applications that you all have worked on that also helps you track other animals in the wild. And that's an interesting spin-off too. Can we talk just a little bit about what this means for current species that are on the brink of extinction and or are threatened, and some of the tools you guys are bringing to that fight beyond gene editing?
Yeah, I think gene editing is always the obvious one, and we have plenty of projects where we're using gene editing to try to bring genetic diversity back to a critically endangered species. We're trying to use gene editing to make a species more adaptable to a toxin in its environment. But what doesn't is probably now getting more attention because of the dire wolf, which is great, is this idea that we also sit on this amazing suite of technologies. And one of the things we have is this amazing artificial intelligence core that those are the engineers that fueling our computational biology software. And my 15 years working before Colossal, I knew lots of friends in the field that had these specific resource gaps, and suddenly I'm meeting these amazing people with this great skill set, and then I know a friend from a previous life with a resource gap, and I'm starting to marry those projects. So one of the really exciting ones we just announced a couple weeks ago is we're using acoustic monitors in Yellowstone National Park and AI platforms in order to analyze the language and behavior of gray wolves in Yellowstone National Park. That's really incredible, because if we can begin to understand that these aren't mindless killers, right? These are empathetic, emotionally complex animals, I think we can really make a difference in the way that wolves are treated in the wild. And then the really exciting one that is coming out this week, we have a big announcement that we're using similar technology, acoustic monitors, on the island of Samoa. There's a bird there called the little dodo, or the manumea, or the tooth-billed pigeon. It's all the same bird. Hasn't been seen in 13 years. There was a 5-minute recording from the 1980s of one making 3 different calls in a zoo in Berlin. And we used that very small data set, the smallest data set that's ever been used to create a bird classifier. And we created a bird call classifier with 95% accuracy for pinpointing a call of a tooth-billed pigeon. And we're really excited to say that just last week we got the first round of results back, and we had 47 pings on the island of Samoa. And that's important because now we have quadrants that the expedition force can go out and begin to look for these birds so that we can conserve them.
Yeah, I mean, again, really, really fascinating stuff. And as we're talking about the types of animals that you've created, or the types of animals that are being helped, I don't want to overlook the little guy. There was a breakthrough before the dire wolf that was absolutely adorable. That I want to make sure that animal also gets its due. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, about a month before we announced to the world that we brought the first species back from extinction, we had announced to the world that we made a woolly mouse.
Yeah.
So not a woolly mammoth, but a woolly mouse. So we made a small version. That wasn't just some vanity project. That's actually a very important step in the path towards the woolly mammoth. Is we needed to validate the genes that are needed to take an Asian elephant and make it into a woolly mammoth. So we found analogous genes within the mouse genome. We made those edits. And on the other end, 20 days later, they gave birth to maybe one of the cutest mice that's ever lived. We actually have 37 of them now. What was funny about that is when my CEO, Ben, told us, hey, we're going to take this to the press, I thought, this is ridiculous. Like this, why does anybody care about this validation step we have, right? And then it almost broke the internet. And I thought, oh, we're in for it in 4 weeks when we announced to the world that the dire wolf has returned. So it was a nice little prep for us to get ready for the media frenzy once we announced dire wolf.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know science is inherently unpredictable. You still have some learning to do. But we are talking about several different major species. And can you just talk a little bit about the different complexities of bringing a woolly mammoth to life, or bringing the Tasmanian tiger to life, for instance?
What's really cool about the projects we've selected, so other than the dire wolf, we've announced to the world that we're bringing back the dodo, the thylacine, or the Tasmanian tiger, and the woolly mammoth. What's really neat about that is they each have their own advantages and disadvantages, or challenges. The woolly mammoth is a very challenging project to do because the reproduction of elephants isn't well understood. It's really challenging. As you might imagine, their anatomy in itself is challenging, a 14,000-pound animal. But it's been great because it's helped us drive forward conservation science around elephants, which includes the creation of a vaccine for a disease that kills about 30% of all elephants across the world. So that was a huge step. And then if you think sort of from a process standpoint, mammals are very complex, their reproduction is very complex. If you take one step in the evolutionary chain down, you get to marsupials. Right? These are non-placental mammals. These are animals that give birth after 13 and a half days, and then a joey lives in their pouch. So we launched the Tasmanian tiger, or the thylacine. That's an animal that went extinct in 1936 off the island of Australia, or Tasmania in Australia, that was driven to extinction by a government-sponsored poaching regime. Since then, Tasmania has sort of fallen apart in terms of wildlife disease and invasive species. So now we're using this sort of fundamental step to understand marsupials, bring back the thylacine, all the while also unlocking genome engineering tools for marsupials, which includes a project that we announced last year that we're using gene editing to make the northern quoll, which is this critically endangered, sort of cat-sized carnivorous marsupial from Northern Territory of Australia. We're conferring resistance to bufotoxin. Bufotoxin is a toxin secreted by the invasive cane toad in Australia, and it's decimating this population. It probably will go extinct in our lifetime, except now we have this amazing tool where we can confer that genetic resistance to them. And then finally, we announced the dodo. Right? The dodo is sort of this icon of extinction. And what's really amazing about that is the tools that we use sort of bottleneck through the cloning process. Most famously, Dolly the sheep was cloned in the late 90s, right? That technology, cloning, only works in mammals. It doesn't work in birds. We don't have that type of toolkit for birds. So the dodo becomes this engine of innovation and is driving avian conservation forward as we take new novel pathways to figuring out how to confer genome edits into a hereditary chain.
That's incredible, and I mean, just practically, you have the chance, to wake up every day and to try to figure out what the frontier of science, will be or will look like in not the next decade, but really the next several years even. I mean, is there anything that you think about that kind of helps you stay motivated, or some moment that you've had along the way that really helps you feel inspired about the work that you're doing?
I mean, it's every day I wake up. I get to go and dream up insane things. The meetings that we have at Colossal, I mean, we have on our Slack channel, there's just an overheard at Colossal thing, because the things that people say are just so insane. They're so inspiring. They're so aspirational. I think that lack of fear of failure, that moonshot mentality that Colossal possesses is what keeps me motivated every day. And then we meet a conservation partner that has a challenge in the field, and it sounds insurmountable, and then you talk to somebody on the team and they go, yeah, we know how to do that, let's do. So there's this awesome opportunity to know that although we might not be a silver bullet to conservation, we are an accelerating scaling force to conservation, and we're doing it in a way that brings new funding to the table, right? $450 million from VC investors versus $450 million from philanthropy. So we're bringing a lot of money in. We also launched a nonprofit called the Colossal Foundation. That's raised $75 million of philanthropy. And that's just sort of where the rubber meets the road. We use the foundation in order to basically deliver technologies to conservation partners. So I'm really excited. We launched that in November. I'm lucky enough to be the executive director of the foundation as well. So it's just been an incredible 4 years. I never thought I would be working for a company doing things that were written in a Michael Crichton book.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then just to be clear, I mean, we were talking about the new rounds of funding and the new partners that you have. I mean, all of this is additive in a way, right? Traditionally, I think that one of the knocks might be that this is something that has limited amount of resources. But it seems to me like what you're finding is that there's actually a much larger appetite for this type of work and this type of solution than previously anticipated.
Absolutely. We get questions all the time from our nonprofit partners. What is a for-profit business doing in this space? But the fact of the matter is there was a study a few years ago by the Paulson Institute that looked at what it would be required to reverse the biodiversity trend. It turns out we'd have to spend about $800 billion a year on biodiversity protections in order to reverse the current trend we're on. However, we only spend $180 billion globally. So there's this massive delta that we have to make up. We need more people that can find sustainable business models that do good. We need to value a living nature. We need to find ways that we change the economy of conservation. I think Colossal represents an amazing opportunity to do that. This idea that we can be an incubator for technology, we can spin out technology that brings in revenue, that pumps our value, and all the while we're changing the game for a really meaningful cause. I mean, this hits on so many levels. Like I said, I pinch myself every day.
Yep. Well, I know you can't necessarily pet the direwolves, but it's extremely comforting to know that that a species that was once gone is now back. It's really inspiring, and yeah, I just think it's an incredible opportunity to have more people learn from the type of work that you're doing there.
Yeah, we hope that the return of the direwolf and the return of the dodo with thylacine and mammoth will also act as an inspiration to others to join the fight in the biodiversity crisis. They are the front door for science education now, which is really incredible. So it's just been amazing, and I would say stay tuned for more because we're not done.
Yep, sounds exactly right. All right, well, thank you so much for your time. It's been great to chat, and thanks everybody for being here today.
Thank you, guys.
Quiet resentment is spreading, and it's reshaping the future of work from the inside out. The so-called Great Resignation saw millions of workers reevaluate their priorities in the wake of the pandemic. What started as a mass resignations has evolved in 2025 into something more insidious, large-scale employee disengagement, particularly in tech. Even as layoffs have slowed, companies are finding that retention doesn't equal satisfaction. Remote and hybrid work models, burnout, and unclear career paths have left many employees checked out, eroding productivity, morale, and culture from within. Our next speaker has the data to prove it. As CEO of SurveyMonkey, he's leading a platform that has analyzed over 100 billion survey responses, offering unprecedented insight into employee sentiment, motivation, and frustration. He'll share what leaders are getting wrong about employee experience and what they can do to listen better, respond faster, and rebuild real engagement. To explore what's really going on inside the workplace, to deliver a keynote at Web Summit Vancouver, please welcome the CEO of SurveyMonkey, Eric Johnson.
Oh, that's wrong. Oh. It's 8:45. You've hit snooze 3 times. You don't want to get out of bed. But you barely got time to find your Zoom shirt and maybe get a cup of coffee before that 9 a.m. meeting. It's with Jim from finance to talk through last week's numbers. You walk downstairs, you log on, you see Jim, and you feel nothing. And the rest of the day goes on like this. You're back and forth between Zoom meetings with no sense of why you're there. You pretend your Wi-Fi is glitchy so you can turn your video off and scroll TikTok. Your boss asks you for something that should only take you an hour, and instead of getting to it right away, you push it off, you procrastinate, you finally slide something across her desk around 5:02 p.m., and then you log off for the day. you're not quitting, but you're not really there either. The job market seems scary, and you're not motivated to make your current work better. This is the case for so many people in the workforce today. Let that sink in. Okay, now that I've fully depressed you, let me reset. We come to Web Summit to be energized and inspired. I'm old enough to remember all the way back to 2019 when the headlines were about the Great Resignation. We had mass attrition everywhere. Our attrition rates were in the teens, into the 20s, and they spiked into the 30s. That's 1/3 of your workforce leaving every year, setting off this manic cycle of recruiting and training. It was unsustainable, and then it stopped. Great, right? If you told me that mass attrition would come to an end, I'd say, well, we had solved our problem. That's amazing. The problem was people stopped walking out, and they started checking out. At SurveyMonkey, we ran a study recently with CNBC to ask people how they are engaged at work. And we found that nearly half of Gen Z, 47%, said that they are coasting at work. In a poll that Gallup just published, they found that 21% of employees in Canada are engaged. 1 in 5 say they're actually engaged at work. And the job market is tricky. It's unpredictable. And so people are staying, but they're not motivated. And you have this unhealthy mix of absenteeism and resentment, which creates resenteeism. And it's chipping away at the culture so many of us have worked so hard to build. Why does this matter? Besides the obvious day-to-day for our friend in the slide, it's a huge hit to the way companies work. If you're a startup, you risk getting stuck in neutral before you ever have a chance to scale. For enterprises, you're building this culture of corporate apathy where innovation goes to die, teams don't work together, and nobody is going the extra mile. For the HR managers and leaders, without clear employee signals, you're left guessing. And guessing often leads to really bad decisions that create more frustration, more distrust. And this productivity, lack of productivity, it has a cost. Estimates suggest it's almost $9 trillion a year. That's trillion with a T. 9% of global GDP is impacted by this lack of productivity. These are the kind of numbers that move markets and impact all of our bottom lines, and it's a problem that we have to do something about. The first question I want to ask when I hear about this, when I see this, is why aren't you people working harder? But that's not the right question to ask. I want us to ask better questions, and I want us to get the feedback that comes from those better questions. And it can be scary to get feedback when people feel like this. You know it's going to be negative. But if you're asking better questions, the kind of feedback that you can generate is something you can act on. And by acting on that, we can make real change. At SurveyMonkey, we've had over 100 billion questions asked on our platform. We've seen this shift up close. One of the biggest use cases is the HR department, asking employees how they feel, what they think about their boss, how they work with their colleagues, and why do you stay at a job that you're not happy at? 100 billion questions. That's a lot of people trying to figure things out together. And we've analyzed that data to understand the roots behind all of this, including why do people stay? And the answer? Well, it depends. So how can we, as leaders, managers, colleagues, change this in the workplace? The first thing I want to ask is, when you hear about this, if it's at your job or others, I don't want you to worry or get frustrated. I want you to get curious. I think curiosity is the root of all innovation, because curiosity is just about asking questions. And if you take one thing from this presentation today, let it be this. Ask like you mean it. Ask early, ask often, and make it visible. Now, at SurveyMonkey, we have a long history and a scale that we think makes us experts in asking questions. And so I'm going to offer up 6 practical tips for how you can ask better questions that lead to real results. The annual survey can be a really powerful tool. It's a great check-in with your employees to know how they're feeling and sets a baseline. But resenteeism festers quietly, especially in a remote or hybrid world. Build pulse surveys into your cadence, ways to check in on the employees that are frequent, so you're finding out how things are going and how they're changing over the course of the year. Because if you're just doing that annual survey, that check-in starts to feel like a checkbox. And it doesn't need to be formal surveys. It can be encouraging your managers to build the skill of asking questions on a daily basis or weekly basis. What do you think about how this project is going? What's getting in your way right now? Don't just ask, how's it going? Make the questions time-bound and specific. Which brings me to my next point. Be specific. We want to ask the how do people feel and what is causing that reaction or what's making you feel that way. The key is to get to both the sentiment and the specifics. Because getting low scores is one thing, but knowing what to do about them is a whole nother. And even if we have great scores, there's always something that we can improve. Now, when you're gathering both sentiment and specifics, it can be tempting to mix them into one question together. Don't do that. Those are called double-barreled questions, which sounds like something from a Western movie, but it's really just when you try and sneak 2 questions into one. In this example, how satisfied are you with your manager's communication and support? It's innocent enough, but you're really asking 2 questions. People don't know which to answer, so keep it simple. Break it into 2 questions, ask them both. You'll get better answers. Now, this is a slide that only a CEO of a survey company can love. But bear with me for a second. I think it makes an important point, which is that it's tempting to use a 1 to 10 scale for everything. They're useful, people understand them for the most part, a lot easier than an open text box. But it's not always the best. If you're trying to gauge agreement, consider a 5-point scale. There's just less room for ambiguity. If you're looking to understand satisfaction, try a Likert scale. A Likert scale is just the ones that go from very satisfied to very dissatisfied. The point is simply the format should match the question, because scales are just part of the question. And the key here is turning answers into inputs. Because if we have to guess whether a 7 means meh or pretty great, we aren't going to know what to do with that. Testing. Before you hit send on that survey, test it. If you use SurveyMonkey, we have an AI score that will tell you where your survey is and if it's ready to go. If not, we'll give you recommendations like don't use double-barreled questions. If for some unknown reason you don't use SurveyMonkey, find a small, diverse group of people to pilot that with. They can tell you if it's too long, confusing questions, biased in certain ways, and give you that feedback. If you just send to a broad group, you're not going to get that. Chances are they'll just drop off and not finish the survey. And how many of us have been in the middle of a survey that felt too long, too interesting, or boring, and we just abandoned that survey? If you test it, if you put the thoughts in, people appreciate that. They know you're respecting their time. And again, you'll get better results and better answers. My final tip is about recognition. Anonymous surveys are great. They can be incredibly powerful for surfacing hard truths, for finding data that's difficult to get to. But it's not always the right way to go. Sometimes you want to give direct feedback to someone who asked a question, or you want to give recognition to someone who had a great idea. The key is to be transparent and open about how you're using their data or their name. That transparency builds trust, and that trust builds better answers. I pushed earlier to ask like you mean it. Ask early, ask often, and make it visible. Making it visible is all about acting on feedback. Now, we can't act on every piece of feedback. I had to say no to the 4-day work week, but you need to make it clear to your employees that their data, their responses aren't going to die in some dashboard. Great feedback that you can act on is the most powerful thing, and when you can showcase that, it's even more powerful. One of my favorite examples comes from a pretty straightforward benefits survey. It was at SurveyMonkey, but it predates me. The responses were generally favorable. People felt good about their benefits. But one question, one bit of feedback jumped out. The end of the survey said, are there any other concerns regarding benefits that we didn't already cover? And a question came back that said, what about our janitorial staff and others who aren't technically on our team? It caught our HR team by surprise. They spent some time talking about it and went back to our vendor and decided, well, we should match the benefits for our contracted workers with our employees. And so we went and changed for all of these contracted workers, including the janitorial staff, their benefits to match the full-time employees. So they had paid time off, transportation, health care. For many, it was the first time they ever had paid sick leave or parental leave. One simple question changed our practices, and then the vendor who had contracts throughout Silicon Valley changed them everywhere. This chain reaction was kicked off by a simple question that we took action on. One comment. And our contracted workers told us they felt so much more motivated to come to work. They felt like they were part of the team. And our full-time employees, who already had these benefits, felt proud to come to work, which is great. But it also meant they worked differently. They worked better with each other. That's how you combat resenteeism. Find opportunities to take action on feedback. Resenteeism isn't a blip, it's a signal. And leaders who listen can turn that signal into a strategy. Now, we can't fix everything overnight. We can't give 100% bonuses. We can't make the world perfect overnight, but we can make small changes. My simple approach, my simple philosophy is better is better. So what can you do when you go back to work? Are the things that you can find that are small, that can make a difference? And it might be as simple as asking questions. What did you think about that project? And if somebody says, that was great, push for specifics. What could I do differently next time to make it better? What would make that a 10 out of 10? Ask often. Ask like you mean it. And hey, if I've done my job, you'll have feedback for me. So I'd love it if you could scan the QR code. Let me know what you thought and any suggestions for next time. Thanks so much.
All right, how's everyone doing so far? Let's make some noise. Let's keep the energy levels high here. Nice. Awesome. All right, so I listen to a ton of podcasts, and I've been a guest on a bunch of podcasts. And one of my favorite podcasts is My First Million. And so it's no surprise that podcasting has exploded into a multi-billion-dollar industry with global market valued over $25 billion in 2024 and projected to exceed $50 billion by 2030. It's changing how audiences consume content and how creators build communities. But with over 5 million podcasts and more than 70 million episodes available globally, standing out takes more than just hitting record. So our next speakers are building impact at the intersection of storytelling, journalism, and creator culture. One is the founder of Kill List, blending narrative suspense with sharp cultural insight. Another is a longtime digital media trailblazer and host of What's Trending, one of the internet's earliest social media culture shows. Together, they'll unpack what it takes to build an audience, monetize authentically, and create work that cuts through the noise. To explore the power and potential of podcasting, in conversation with Hannah Murphy of the Financial Times, please welcome the founder and host of Kill List, Carl Miller, and the host of What's Trending, Shira Lazar.
Hi, Web Summit. I'm Hannah Murphy. I'm a tech correspondent with the Financial Times. I'm joined by Shira and Carl to talk about the multi-billion-dollar industry that is all the rage, podcasting. Carl, let's start with you. You are the founder and host of an absolutely wild, investigative podcast called Kill List. Tell us a bit about it and why you chose podcasting as the format for your storytelling.
Web Summit, good afternoon. Thanks for coming. So briefly, Kill List. It began in the middle of lockdown when a crazy hacker that I knew called Chris was looking at assassination sites on the darknet. And in a discovery that basically changed both his and my life forever, he found this little vulnerability that you could wiggle through, get into the back of the site where we began to intercept live, real kill orders. Names, addresses, pattern of life information, Bitcoin payments, and Kill List is the next 3 years of our lives. We kind of began to assemble this ragtag team, actually trying to deal with this, which ends up with me phoning up people on the Kill List, meeting them sometimes, and trying to warn them that somewhere, someone out there is trying to have them murdered.
What the? It's like the real life murders in the building.
It
How am I
is.
supposed to go after that? Come on.
Why did you choose podcast for the format? And in the podcast, do you hear live their responses and reaction to you delivering this news that they may be murdered, or at least are on the list?
Do. Yeah, you do. Like the first person that I could actually reach and warn. I mean, for a long time, they didn't believe me. You know, I spent a week bracing myself for these calls, thinking I was going to be a hand grenade going off in these people's lives, and a week of being hung up on. I mean, it was a ridiculous, fantastical thing to actually try and tell these people. There is an assassination site on the darknet and your name's on it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Wow.
But eventually we did. We sent out local journalists, and the first person we did that with was called Elena in Zurich. And she paused quite kind of stoically, listened carefully as I told her the news, and then said, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. And I was like, what? She was like, I'm going through an ugly divorce.
Oh.
Wow. Okay.
Whoa. Are you ever worried about your life?
That's not a question I relish answering, if I'm honest with you. I mean, there's actually there's people in Canada that are in prison as a result of the investigation. But why podcasting? Because this is about podcasts, obviously. There's two main reasons. Firstly, the sheer expanse of this investigation. I mean, it was 3 years of us doing this. There is no way on earth that we ever could have covered this in a kind of a slot you would have be given in television. But I think the other thing, which we only really realized afterwards, was podcasting is an extraordinarily intimate medium. I mean, you were basically whispering into people's ears, very closely into their ears. And I think that to tell the story Kill List made it so much more frightening and intimate and sad and funny, the moments of that story, for people to hear my voice basically in that way. Very different, obviously, from the way that you're all hearing my voice now.
Shira, I am going to have to ask you to go after that.
I have more questions. Right, yeah,
Tell us about your podcast, why you chose that format yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm not investigating people being killed. Although I am investigating the possible end of humanity with AI, you know. The podcast series, I really call it an audio-video series. It's called the AI Download, where I explore the future of AI and culture. It actually only recently started this past March, but I've been in the video space for digital video and content creation space for 2 decades practically. And then I've been on and off in the audio space. What's Trending, my company, which they mentioned in the introduction, had a podcast at a certain point. And then I worked for Odyssey, which is an audio company. They own radio stations across the US. I hosted an afternoon drive show. In many ways, like I call myself a digital broadcaster, or these days a content creator, right? And I also had a podcast at a certain point about Web3 and blockchain and everything. But the reason why I started the AI Download was because obviously I was seeing the emergence of AI and the popularity, but more importantly, the need to have these really nuanced conversations about what was happening and different themes around it. Also, as a woman and a female voice, there's not a lot of us in this space, unfortunately. So I thought that representation was important. My approach, having been a content creator, but also having a journalism background, being able to have more longer form interviews, but weekly being able to dive into the news and headlines of the week. So while evergreen is important, I thought that there's so much happening every week that it's so hard to keep up with it, right? And so even for me, I say I'm not an expert, I'm a student. I'm learning with you constantly. And so for me, it's just been a really great experience and experiment. And also I own it, right? I've worked for so many different big companies, and in developing this, I tried to go with them and make it happen. And I didn't want to keep waiting. And in the spirit of the creator economy, I said, I'm going to do it myself. So I got a little producing team together. I got a founding sponsor, and we just made it work. And it wasn't about perfection and doing it perfectly. It was about doing it, and that's the exercise, and continuing to tweak the format as I go. And just one more thing, the reason why it was long form was important also for video, and I know we're going to get into this, is my YouTube channel, my personal one, I hadn't been posting on it for a long time. I have my What's Trending channel that I started, and I work for other people, but it was really important for me to get into more long-form video too, and so that's why this format was really important for me on the audio video side, and the fact that I could also get social clips to throw on my social media, where I have 1 million+ followers cross-platform. So that was kind of, for me, why I thought this format was important, and why now.
Yeah, let's speak a bit more about that audio video format. It's become very popular. You've got sort of big tech folks that I cover going on the Joe Rogan show.
Yeah.
What is it about this new format? Why is it so popular? Why is it on the rise now?
Well, I don't know what you think, because it feels like podcast is having this new moment, but it's not like the first time it's had a moment, right? Because I remember when we started the What's Trending podcast, and I look back at the views and listens, and I'm like, why didn't we continue? At the time, it felt like we weren't getting enough listens, but we were actually getting a good amount of listens. So it did have a moment, in 2000 and 2000 and maybe 17. Right? And then kind of people were focusing more on social video and social content. And I think that after us kind of consuming so much like quick hitting content, I think there is a need for more intimacy and community these days, and diving into really niche topics. And so the podcast platform allows for that. And we saw the importance in the political arena also in the US recently, and I think that people liked hearing conversations, right? Not just a quick soundbite and a overly produced interview, to really get to know a subject matter and an individual.
Although the danger is that is to accept a political interview which will be soft. And I think that was happening with both the candidates in the US, and it's happening all over the place. You kind of are bypassing a normal journalistic interview. You know, I mean, you go towards podcasts that are kind of politically sympathetic, and that's actually not great. It's not great to have a 3-hour chat which is broadly supportive of your point of view and is not going to ask you any difficult questions.
And
that's
then you
not
have the
journalism
clip
for.
farming, where sort of a clip will be taken and that might be favorable as well and put out. Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, I don't think podcasting is necessarily always changing the terrain for the better. I think sometimes it's actually allowing politicians and others to dodge.
Or to take advantage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting hot take. I think in the end, you know, it's about getting to know, you could say people as like people, or that's the perception of it, and having someone who's, and this is a big conversation, the creator versus journalist, having people, and I'm sure you have some thoughts on that, having someone that's like, well, I could trust you, you know, you're like me, I don't know. So there's a bit of that, like trusting that voice and that individual as a curator, and like, oh, you're like me if I was having a conversation at my dinner table or at a coffee shop about this topic. Anyway, so that's also interesting.
So what do you think are the main sort of motivations that people have for creating podcasts today? Why are people doing it? It's becoming so popular.
Well, I mean, who here, who's thinking about setting up a podcast? Who has for their business?
I can't really see.
So many.
Yeah, a real show of
Tons
hands.
of you.
Yeah.
I mean, the reasons are pretty obvious. It's audience capture, it's community building, it's being able to tell a story to an interested focus group of people about what you're doing week in, week out. But that also therein lies the danger. You know, I mean, and the big problem that we have in podcasting is discovery. You know, I mean, I could stand on the stage and say, all you need is an amazing story. All you need is an amazing story and you'll break through. And I think that's often the kind of like the founder myth, isn't it? You know, I was there, I had this wacky idea, you know, I put it out there and suddenly the millions of people flocked in. But actually the reality is that that's not the reality. The reality is you need marketing, you need audio networks. You know, I mean, increasingly, this isn't 2017 anymore. You need big corporate muscle behind a podcast really to get it into the earlobes of millions of people.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess the irony is that the podcasts we listen to are by their very nature the outliers.
Right.
You know, the ones that we can't
so
see.
many that
Millions and millions of them stacked up. You know, so I wouldn't put out a podcast, I think, to break through in that way. I think what you can do, though, is speak to 200 or 300 people that you really, really want to speak to, and they really want to speak to you. And that's what I would do if I was setting up a podcast, do that sort of thing.
I love that take, and I think it goes back to understanding your why, right? If your why is just to, like break through and become the most popular, great North Star, but also, again, is that reasonable with so much out there, right? And so for me, as a content creator, my why might change at different points. I might use a podcaster, depending on who you are, for deal flow, right? To connect with other thought leaders. Maybe I have a company and in the creator space, and so I'm gonna interview creators about stuff and then be able to sell something to them or connect with them and build a deeper relationship. Or I'm doing sales around something and I have people that I wanna sell to, and it's relationship building in that way. It creates an authority, right, for you in that way. And then it might not be about having this gigantic audience, but the connections you're making, right? And then it also might be about, building community, getting people to your newsletter. Discovery also happens at events. Like on stage, I don't see enough podcasts taking advantage of IRL events, right? And so for me, when I started my podcast even, and I haven't done this yet, but I actually did this. I was at C2, conference in Montreal last week, and I took the interview, maybe I'll take, this interview, and I'm airing it as a segment on my podcast. It's gonna be an episode.
Oh, we're gonna go on.
Yeah, well, this isn't about AI necessarily, but and Gary Vee does this, the Gary Vee experience. He's creating so much content on a day-to-day basis that he just takes some of that and basically introduces it and plays as an episode. And it makes it easier to be consistent about it. And then it goes back to, being consistent. So many people I know who've had a breakthrough moment, it happens years into it, right? If they just expected, like, after a few months, they're gonna hit it, a lot of people give up at that point. It's the people that stay in the game and continue doing it and knowing their why, that will win. And then taking advantage of those moments that you might have a viral pop, but you don't have a viral pop if you don't stay in the game. Right? You can't even get there. You're not giving yourself a shot. So for me now, it's about, again, I want to be in AI more. I want to learn. So through my podcast, I'm learning. I'm getting access to consulting deals, right? Deal flow. I also want to, at a certain point, invest in companies and advise. Guess what? If I'm positioning myself in that space, I'll probably get those opportunities. And brand deals, right? I'm getting more brand deals because they're seeing me as an expert and a thought leader in the space because I'm creating more content around that consistently. So right now, those are all my whys, and I'm getting there. And of course, community in the space. So I just think that's really important to double tap on.
I am receiving 0 consulting gigs. It's so weird. It's like consultancy around assassination sites. Like, isn't it? It's a big area.
Why is different?
It's a growth market, everyone.
Why do you think certain podcasts actually break through? What is it? Is it, does it come down to the host, their personality?
It's the host. Always the host.
Always the host.
Yeah, it's that magnetic, je ne sais quoi, it's that charismatic. But no,
British voices do well too.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think there's a couple of things, and I'm going to make one criticism. Generally, and might sound slightly mean about business podcasting, I do find them quite saccharine. I think they're often quite easy. They're very positive, and they don't ever, well, not ever, but they often, I think, shy away for one reason or another from telling the hard story, which I find ironic, given that founders literally have the riskiest job you can imagine. I mean, most founders fail, and founders love risk, and it's so weird that in the kind of content that is often produced, I don't see that risk appetite there. And I think there's probably 2 things that can be done. Number one, I think podcasts where you become vulnerable are so hard to do, and they build a connection with your audience like nothing else. So in Kill List, for instance, I mean, we went back and forth. We really debated whether to talk about this. I was very adamant we should. I talk about basically in the middle of all of this, the investigation is tumbling out of control. We're in a series of very, very risky, extremely frightening scenarios around the world where we're working with the people that we've warned. The person that's put them on the kill list isn't caught. And I talk about basically getting recurring nightmares. I was receiving nightmares almost every day where I burst awake in the middle of the night thinking that one of the perpetrators was kicking down my front door. And that was very hard to do. It was very hard to talk about the kind of mental health pressures of doing investigative journalism like that. But also, it's probably the one part of the podcast that people talk to me about more than anything else.
Interesting.
People have told me that they were crying when they were hearing it. And so it's hard to say, it's hard to do, but that's the sort of stuff that I think an audience will not forget. And I wish there was a bit more of that coming in other podcasts that I listen to.
Yeah. I would say, I have such a perfectionism thing sometimes where, if I'm ums or I'm stumbling on a word or if I don't know something, right, I'll overthink it and say, we need to edit it. And I think that podcasting forces me as a broadcaster, and I think this is what people want to see and hear, you being real. Who are you when I'm just hanging out with you? And I try my hardest to not overly edit myself.
I'm getting this energy with us on the stage.
And so many times, in short form video, you're cutting. It's the fastest thing, and it's is that actually how you speak, And so it is about the vulnerability and leaning into the imperfections, right? And leaning into what your superpower is, right? And vulnerability is a superpower in many ways, and being real. Who are you raw? What are your passions? What is that one thing that all your friends say you know so much about it, you could just blah 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 about it? That's probably what you should be podcasting about, right? Because people will want to hear that passion and that energy and connect with it.
Also, I think podcasts and stories and thoughts and ideas that you'll have, which are revelatory. And I think, for me, my passion is investigative journalism. Journalism is being undercut quite badly, and certainly investigative journalism is rapaciously unprofitable, never has been really, and it's become even more so. So to reveal something which is either hidden or wicked or overlooked or misunderstood, I think that in its core is something that everyone here can do. And that's a sort of thing that I think audiences want to find in podcasts. I do think the relentlessly positive 2 people sat on chairs talking about what they're so happy about. I think that is a format which was tired the day it was born, and that will not break through. It really won't.
And hyper niche, also, you're a niche podcast too. I would say the more general you are, I've always been a generalist. I love a bit of everything. but I think, the more focused you are on your content and what specifically you're bringing to audiences, the better, because one, it will help with search, it will help you with format, it will help you continue like doing it. Whereas if you're like trying to have a huge net, it's hard to catch. Right? And that's what I at least see with the podcast space. It's super niche. And even with the online social space, like we're talking about the growth of niche communities and like finding your tribe, finding the people that you can connect with and going deep with them. And so like, I think take advantage of that. What is that niche thing that you're really passionate about and know a lot about?
And we've had this sort of show of hands, folks making podcasts. How do you get discovered? Go in a bit on the discoverability piece.
Look, I've not been called niche before. Don't know how I feel about niche podcast.
What did you think? You're a generalist.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's got the huge
murder
thing, it's got the murder thing. There were no actual. By the way, just to say, if anyone's interested, I will tell the story of Kill List later on today. So stage 4, like quarter to 3 or something like that. Come down, and I'll talk. I'll say how what actually happened. Discoverability, it's going to be through the existing communities you've already built, and those communities will growing. Word of mouth, this sounds trite, or this sounds like a truism, but word of mouth is the thing that basically builds communities, whether it's podcasting or anything else.
Yeah, I would say taking advantage of the platforms that you already have and creating a strategy around that. So everything from, when it goes up, where are you posting, what's the content going out. For me, I post 2 social videos around it a week. I also have like the promo image. I'm sending it to the guests because I have guests on every show. So definitely it's that ripple network effect. And then also, being at events and talking about it, doing it live at events so that, you're creating, again, that amplification effect. And then, when we launched, trying to get press around it, trying to, break some news. If you have a special guest on, I had Mark Cuban, I had the former head of AI for the Biden administration. Politico picked it up. So does traditional press or digital press work these days? Who knows? But I take any little bit of support to get the word out. Stay humble in terms of that. And then SEO, like making sure the discoverability of the actual podcast can be just, it's discoverable. So from the title to the description, the tags, everything, that is really important too. So if someone is just searching that topic, they can easily discover your stuff around it.
We're getting tight for time, but I'm going to ask you about the commercialization piece, any strategies, advice for folks beginning
like
to
monetization?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, again, depending on where you're at, if you already have even a bit of a following, and I would say even niche, like I've seen people making money off their networks and followings with even a small community, but getting sponsors around that, and even if it's saying, okay, for a sponsorship, you get a shout out in the podcast. Like I don't make money off the mid-roll, pre-roll, I just started, but I do make money off of doing those integrations and call outs, and then also integrating them into the captions of my social posts. And then I'm also monetizing if I do it at a live event and getting a sponsorship for that. So that's how I've done it. And it's everything from reaching out to my network and like posting on social, like I'm looking for sponsorships in person, letting people know. And even sometimes reaching out to brands that you love that would work for the podcast, like those LinkedIn messages or finding them at an event and setting up a call to create those partnerships. I would say it's called integrated marketing, is really key.
I can't close out the session without asking about generative AI and AI. Carl, do you think this will change podcasting? How?
I mean, I now turn academic papers into podcasts. I love it. Although, I feel reasonably secure as an investigative journalist that I won't get AI'd out of the picture because there's no money in that. It would be an incredibly silly kind of play for an AI company because it's just like investigative journalism, is extremely unprofitable as an undertaking. But no, I mean, it will change. I mean, I run a team. I mean, this is a sidebar, but I run a team of 20 NLP engineers, where we build technology all the time to do the investigations that we do. So we're constantly building new technology to do this sort of stuff. That's all in the background, and I don't normally talk about that because...
Do you sell that? Is that how you monetize?
No, we use it in the investigations.
But you could be licensing that out.
We could be, but the problem is that exposes some of the underlying methodologies, and we go after bad actors. Like, that's what we do. We expose hidden forms of power. So But yeah, I mean, AI is part of the story for sure.
I know we have 2 seconds AI-wise. So there are tools like Opus that take long-form content and cut them down to short form. People are using Descript, Riverside. These are all great tools that allow you to make your content more efficiently, including when you have a small team or no budget. So I definitely encourage you all to check that out because it's more possible than ever before to do this stuff with less budget and with the tech and AI.
Who would have thought you got 2 chatty podcast hosts?
Yeah,
We run out of
joy
time
of having
talking to you all.
podcasters on is that I can't get them to stop. Please join me in a round of applause for our
Thanks,
speakers.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Tito. Thanks. Appreciate it. Subscribe.
Please welcome to Center Stage, our very own co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, global startup community builder, Casey Lau.
All right, this is it, the big pitch session. Who is going to be crowned Web Summit Vancouver's 2025 Pitch Champion? That's what we're going to find out right now. It's time for the finalists of the greatest startup competition in the world to set foot on center stage again for one final battle. Over the past 2 days, there's been over 400 startups have applied, but 35 of the most exciting startups at Web Summit Vancouver have pitched with us. First on our pitch stages during the group rounds, and then here on center stage in our semifinals yesterday. And now, today, only 3 remain. To give you an idea, we started with over 1,100 startups this year, the biggest first-year event of any Web Summit. Our judges then cut that down to 35 for our group rounds, and then again down to 10 last night, and now, finally, our top 3. All right, so this is how it's going to work. Each startup will pitch for 3 minutes, followed by a 3-minute Q&A with our judging panel. And then the winner will be announced here at 3 p.m. today. Okay? Playing a big role in deciding who the winner will be is our panel of 3 top-level judges. Please welcome them to the stage. No music? All right. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, it's too late now. Okay. All right. To my right, Wesley Chan, the co-founder and managing partner of FPV Ventures. He's a venture capital firm that backs founders in tech and science. Most notably, he's a seed investor for Canva, and I think he's also Series A, Series B, and Series C, or multiple investments into Canva. Everybody knows that company. Next to him is Tanis George, the founder of the Co-Founders Hub, a company that helps entrepreneurs build and sustain successful co-founder relationships, of course, from Vancouver, one of our superstars. And last but not least, of course, Edith Young, a general partner at Race Capital, a venture firm that backs founders in infrastructure, fintech, and open source technology. Also a seed stage investor in Solana. All right, so they know how to see the hot new companies at an early stage. So thank you guys for being here. All right, so these 3 judges won't be alone though. Joining them will be you, the audience. So you guys will be our 4th judge, which means you can vote for your favorite startup via the Web Summit Vancouver mobile app, and your votes will count for 25% of the total voting. All right, so let's take a look. It's on the app. You click on Pitch Final, and then there's a Slido there at the end, and then you'll pitch on choose the one you like. So, but you have to wait for all the pitches to finish. Then you can vote by clicking on the profile in the top left corner of your screen. From there, you will see the pitch final, which is what I just said. Okay. Anyways, voting will remain open only for 15 minutes. So if you have to be here to vote, if you want to see your favorite startup win. So get ready to vote. All right. Who's ready for this? Woo! Come on. This is amazing. Okay. Before we start, I just want to say, I've been doing this for a long time, these pitch competitions. I got to say, this Last night's semifinals was incredible. All 10 startups are amazing. I've never seen such energy, enthusiasm, great presentations, on time as well is also a main thing. And I think everybody knows who was here yesterday, that our 3 finalists are all female founders. So this is the first time in history, Web Summit history. All right. Okay, so let's see who will be the winner this year. All right, so first up is Anne from Glückskind, a startup that's revolutionizing parenting with AI-powered smart strollers. Please join me in welcome Anne to the stage.
All right, this is still terrifying, just like it was to enter parenthood without the right gear. So we've seen a lot of really great technology around here, but when it comes to one of the most emotional and physically exhausting jobs in our lives, we're still mainly powered by caffeine, anxiety, and back pain. That's why Glückskind reinvented baby strollers and how we can support parents on the go as well as at home. We received 9.5 million in pre-orders and LOIs in only 1 week after we announced our flagship product. We received 2 CES Innovation Awards and a lot of media buzz around that helped us get started. We give new parents peace of mind because we eliminate runaway strollers once and for all. We give babies the sleep they need and parents a well-deserved break wherever the day takes them. Our products are safer and more inclusive than anything else on the market, and we let even grandma conquer hills with confidence. So global media has spread the word for us, and we are super excited to have the first strollers in the hands of our customers who love them and promote them. Word of mouth is our superpower for a product that offers true differentiation in an otherwise very crowded market. So baby tech has been a booming sector for a while, but we're already ranking first on Google for smart strollers, and ChatGPT is our best performing sales rep. We currently sell direct to consumer, while we already also have 2 B2B pilots in Los Angeles and San Francisco that help us broaden our reach. And we get weekly inquiries from distributors from around the world who want to promote our products in their geographies. Our patented technology is developed right here in Vancouver. And each and every stroller that's out in the wild is collecting real-world data. Thanks to leveraging NVIDIA's Omniverse and Cosmos, as well as Isaac Sim, we use that data, feed it back into our simulations, and get to unlock the next stage of our product development. But we can't do this on our own. We have experienced manufacturing partners with decades of experience that help us develop and sell our fully certified products. Glückskind is developing robotics and AI products that don't replace care, but empower those who care for others. Mobility and parenting is just the beginning. So help us and give parents a helping hand so we can turn parenting into a walk in the park. I
just want to say last night, there was one of the judges in the audience. He has a 22-year-old son, and he was crying because he wished he had it when he had this product when he was a dad and the kid was younger. All right, so judges, Edith, let's start with you. We have 3 minutes of questions.
And then congratulations for winning the Innovation Award for CES. I actually went onto your website and wanted to buy one like for my cousin and a newborn, but I noticed the price point is, I think, about over $2,400. So it's a little bit high. So how do you actually, what is your pricing strategy, go-to-market strategy, and how do you actually turn yourself from a premium product to a must-have for all parents?
Well, first of all, if you scan the QR code, you can order it right away, and you will earn your spot as the all-time favorite aunt. Yes, sure, the price tag is high, but if you consider the different products that we actually build into one product and the individual price tags that you would otherwise be paying if you were to buy them, then we actually come out cheaper. There's a lot of technology that's built into this product, and our current manufacturing numbers are relatively low. So as we scale manufacturing, we will be able to bring down the cost for our end consumers because our goal is to make it accessible to larger population. And then we're also exploring different payment options that will make it easier to purchase the product.
So are you raising right now, and what is your goal to get to the next stage? What are you trying to achieve in the next 12 months, 12 to 18 months?
So we're not raising from you guys, we're raising from you guys.
From everybody, yes, of course.
Yeah, so our goal, we're in the market, we have inventory, we're ready to ship product. Our goal is to scale manufacturing organically. We're bootstrapped up to this point, and would love to continue on with that as long as we can. But that really requires the support from everybody here to promote us, spread the word, and so we can support more families.
Great. Well, I love this. I always, if I ever had kids, that's what I would want to put them in. But I have a question for you. So you didn't say this in your pitch, but it was mentioned in the intro that you're an AI-powered baby stroller. It's the first time I've ever heard of AI and baby stroller in the same sentence. Do you have any comments on what the AI is in the stroller? Like, you mentioned a lot of technology, so I'm sort of curious. Like, what are the features that you're able to bring that most strollers can't bring today to the market?
I mean, we have a lot of features that most strollers don't bring.
But what's the best one?
Yeah. So the part where the AI comes in is where the mobility becomes autonomous. So when the baby is not, or the toddler is not in the stroller, it's actually able to drive itself. So when the parent's hands and attention is occupied, the empty stroller takes care of itself until you need it again and you put your child in there.
Oh, and why only when the baby's not in there? You feel that that's a safety issue?
Because that's when you don't have your hands available.
Okay.
But if your child is in there, you have at least one hand, but the mobility is still effortless. You don't need any effort to walk up the hill. You can steer it basically with 2 fingers. But while the child is in there, we want to give parents or caretakers that physical connection as well. And again, like, you do have at least one hand available while your child is in there.
Sounds very thought out. Great.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
That's
Excellent.
great.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
All right, great start. Our second finalist is redefining the coloring industry by using microorganisms to replace toxic synthetic colorants. Please welcome Roya from Light One.
Hi. Look around you. We wear oil, we bathe in it, we feed it to our children, all in the name of colors. The color industry is extremely toxic. It uses 800,000 tons of synthetic dyes annually, of which 50% just simply get lost in the waterways, and textile dyeing alone is responsible for 20% of global wastewater. There has been a significant momentum in banning these toxic chemicals called colors from all across our supply chain, including the food that you and I consume, making it really urgent to find a sustainable alternative. We are Light One. We make colors with fermentation. How? There are over 1 million different types of microorganisms all around us, including on top of the surface of your skin, in your mouth, that naturally make these beautiful colors. We use genetic engineering to enhance their performance and function to meet your desires as consumers and industrial standards, and then through fermentation, we grow them at scale, completely eliminating the need for non-renewable petroleum-based resources. Our unique platform offers a huge color variety, as you can see on the screen here, and this is just the beginning. As if that's not enough, our process is completely circular. We feed pollution to our microbes, and in return, they make these beautiful, vibrant colors for us. This industry is huge. Globally, we are looking at a $175 billion market. We have identified textile industry as our beachhead, unlocking a $62 million revenue generation by 2032. We have been pretty busy making a lot of tractions. We have secured 11 meaningful LOIs, 7 partnerships undergo, 6 patents and trademarks filed, and these are just to name a few. With that, we are raising our seed round of $4 million, which is going to unlock a $2.5 million revenue generation shortly after. These are the minds behind our microbes. We are a passionate team with years of extensive experience coming together from reputable places all around the world, sharing one passion, to leave a colorful legacy behind. To sum up, with every 1% of synthetic dyes that Light One replaces, we will eliminate 14,000 tons of waste from landfills, prevent 28,000 tons of methane to be entering into the atmosphere, and will protect 15,000 workers from being exposed to these toxic colorants that you and I desire because we want beautiful aesthetics. So it's pretty obvious that the future of color is happening here at Light One. Will your name be on it? Thank you.
So who are you selling to at the beginning? Like, walk me through what one of these contracts looks like and how big they can become.
Absolutely. So we are B2B. Our product is sold to the manufacturers. Some of the major brands that we all know and love, they also own their manufacturing facilities too, but we essentially sell to businesses.
And what does a contract look like? Is it like $10,000? Is it $100,000? What's the size of what you want to, what you're going to start with and what you're going to get to?
Absolutely. So by the end of this year, we are projected to make the 500K from like a couple of these pilots that we are running right now.
500K.
That's the volume that
Wow.
that's the volume that they would like us to basically customize our solution for their very specific.
And that's one product, or that's every product?
That's basically 2 of our colorants that we are offering.
Two
right
colors
now.
for 500,000.
Yes,
Wow.
exactly. The volume of purchase is actually pretty huge.
Yes.
So you would think that colorants are not a big portion of the supply chain, but they're actually one of the biggest hidden part of a lot of the supply chains out there.
And how much of that will be profit for you? Like, how much would it cost you to make the colors for that $500,000 pilot?
Right. So at the very beginning, our profit margin is around 40%, but at the full commercialization scale, we are going to be at 80%.
80%. Okay, great.
I am so excited. I am in the midst of switching my entire life to clean, and so I am so excited to see these alternatives that you have coming with dyes, obviously, in clean colors. So what are your barriers right now to kind of scaling to growth? Is this something that you're going to need to do a significant raise down the road to sort of get to that next point? Are you still kind of in beta, still sort of feeling things out, or do you feel pretty confident that you can move forward and scale?
We are very, very confident about that. If you asked me that a year ago, I might have had a different answer for you, but we have de-risked the technology so much that we are very confident about where it's going and how it's scaling. So to answer your question, scale up in general for I can say any startup is like a really big milestone and challenge to overcome. However, both my co-founder and I come from the industry, so we really understand the behind the scene aspects of a scale up and what it really takes for that adaptability to be smoothly plugged into the system. So ever since the beginning, even month 2, we have been reverse engineering our technology to make sure that once it's at scale, it's really ready to go. And in terms of the actual scale up manufacturing, we currently are working with some major partners that can really get us to that commercialization phase.
Are you going after fashion, or who is your ideal target customers?
Absolutely. I'm glad that you asked that because we are not just about impact, but we believe that market share capture and the the market capture and the impact go hand in hand. So we are not really targeting a niche group of markets, for example, only luxury brands that can afford it. Going back to what I was saying, we come from the industry, so we know cost is a really important factor. It has to be cost effective for a lot of the industrial partners to be able to adapt it and take it on, for us to be able to make that impact and market capture after all. So we are making it cost competitive. Our first target market is textiles, but our colorants are applicable to all industries. Anywhere that you see physical colors, they can be applied to.
Awesome.
Great. Excellent. Thank you. All right, these are great pitches. But last but not least, we have Carlin from Voda Safe, a safety technology company transforming water rescue operations. Please give a warm welcome to Carlin.
300,000 people drown every year, and for every one person who drowns, 5 others are injured, often suffering stroke-like symptoms from brain damage. So for rescuers, every second counts. Whether it's a boat accident or a bridge collapsing, a natural disaster, or a plane crash like the one in DC, these incidents are felt around the world, and drowning costs the global economy $150 billion every year. And the #1 frustration we hear from rescuers is that they have to wait, helplessly waiting for an hour or more for equipment to arrive and be deployed, all while families are standing by in terror. At VotaSafe, we equip rescuers with AquaEye, a handheld sonar device that's deployed in seconds and uses AI to quickly locate people underwater, turning hours or days of search into minutes at a fraction of the cost of current archaic rescue methods. We've sold over 1,000 units to fire and military teams across 50 countries and have now launched AquaEye Pro with Command Hub, an AI-powered system that allows teams to map searches, make data-driven decisions, and act the moment they arrive. Searches are dangerous, expensive, and slow. AquaEye can do in minutes what a full team often can't do in a day. It's a force multiplier, and it works. AquaEye is on track to be the gold standard in water rescue. Looking at our market, there are over 10,000 water rescue teams in North America alone, each with a lifetime value of $100K. Once we own that first responder market, our vision is clear: to have AquaEye in the hands of every public safety member around the globe. We're also talking to teams in other markets like oil and underwater construction. We've documented over 100 successful recoveries and have countless testimonials. John, a Navy master diver, saw AquaEye as a game changer and has now sold over $300K worth to the US Navy SEALs. But he's not alone in his trust of AquaEye. Our customers are seeing a 90% reduction in search times, giving them a real chance at saving lives. They also say AquaEye pays for itself in one use, often saving taxpayers $50 to $100K per search. We're selling to fire, police, and military teams worldwide, and we're on track to double our growth this year and hit $3.5 million in revenue. Our team has stood alongside rescuers in missing person searches. We care deeply about what we do. Between myself and the VP of Engineering, we have over 25 years experience in product development, and my VP of Sales has taken teams from 0 to 10 million in run rate. We're well on our way to reaching 5 million to scale sales and development. We need more boots on the ground, dedicated BDRs to new markets, and continued innovation to meet the needs of those on the front lines. At VotaSafe, we're in the business of giving people hope. If you want to join us and help save lives, please come by and see us at our booth at B108. We would love to talk to you. Thank you.
So, I mean, to me, it seems like a no-brainer. How much is the unit?
Our current package goes for $30K US. Prior to that, it was about a $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 product.
So what is the pushback? Why? Like, it just seems maybe you just need a massive sales force to go out there. So what is really that thing that's making a customer say no?
Yeah, so customers aren't saying no. That's the great part. Yeah. Customers are saying, we want it, we're trying to get budget. And so I think it depends on what market we're looking at. It's just taking time, but it's a very sticky market. It's government, right? It takes a bit of time to get some traction. In North America, it's very much a bottom-up market. And so we kind of drive social media marketing to get to the user. In other areas around the world, like India and Indonesia, it's top-down, so you've got to go high up in the government. So part of it is we're small, and we need more cash to really boost that marketing and sales push. But we've got so many testimonials, it's working. I think the other thing, though, is the first product we set out was really for a lifeguarding perspective, which is my background. Okay. And so the new product, it's more of a system, and that's what they need. They need protocol. And so we've built a platform and a system to allow them to actually engage and build it into how they operate.
Okay.
So help me understand how the sales work. So it's a one-time purchase of $30,000, or do you do $30,000 and every year they pay some fee to you to support it?
So we're looking at both. So when we first started, we were mostly in fire and lifeguarding, and now we're really getting into policing. Military is a whole different bucket. We are looking at both a HAS system as well as one-time purchase with. They all buy continued warranties, but now that we have a platform, there's a data play as well, because it will turn into a system that they pay for every year. So we're moving from 30 to then continued. We're also looking, when we break it down to HAS, it'll probably be like a $10,000 a year purchase for teams that are into that. We're still figuring out which is more effective.
Yeah, so on that note, are you selling the device? Are you building a water safety OS? are you planning on building beyond water?
Yes.
What's your sort of grand vision?
Our product roadmap is quite large. So yes, we started with the product and have now built the platform. So they have a tablet to actually be able to stand on shore while it's in water, and then the bigger platform, which is emergency operations, where you'd have a fleet of these in the water and could monitor from further away. We also have a really big grant to work with an ROV company because we want to start exploring deep sea applications. And then yes, the algorithm can be. We've been asked by military to find other things. It can do that. We just need different data sets to build into the algorithm. So there's a lot of applications.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Wow. Very cool.
Congratulations.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Thank you. All right, keep it going, center stage. Let's hear it all for all our finalists here today. A quick reminder that now it's time for you to have your say on who you think should be crowned the champion at Pitch at Web Summit Vancouver 2025. The polls will remain open for 15 minutes, so make sure to cast your vote, as you can see on the app. But before we go, I'm going to ask the judges what do they think. Edith, you had a lot of questions. You saw the semifinals last night. What did you think of the pitches today from your perspective of the pitch and the investability of some of these companies?
I'm really bad in water, so I probably need that device to save myself from drowning. I don't have kids.
Okay, yeah.
But having said that, I think just in general, Vancouver should be very proud of yourself because all three of these founders are from Vancouver, right?
Yeah. Awesome.
Wow. What do you guys think?
Boy, like this is the first time I've ever heard AI as applied to baby strollers. AI is applied to like a sonar system for water rescue, so I kind of love that. I think, look, these are all folks building potentially incredible businesses, and I'd love for all three of them to succeed.
I love that. Like you have an immediate with a stroller, you have like this big vision of turning, taking something as toxic as these dye chemicals and finding a way to do it clean. It's so apropos to right now. And then of course, like to have any organization have one of those water devices with them, for $35,000, and like there says saves, it pays for itself in one use. It's like, well, is a human life $35,000? I don't know, but it just goes to show you it's so incredible. And so I think for them, it's just getting that traction somehow with, I think, and broadening it.
Although I think I was looking at this baby stroller, it sort of go by itself.
It goes by itself, yeah. Rocks the baby by itself. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. This goes back to what sort of Paul Graham said at Y Combinator, right? You want to build things that people need.
Yes.
And all three of these are things that people need.
They really are. We all need them. Yeah.
Wes, I just want to ask you quickly. You invested seed stage into Melanie Perkins, a female founder as well. And these are all three female founders. Is there something that you see at this early stage that you think at this pitch level? Because I'm sure she pitched the same way, right?
Yeah, so the thing about Melanie is that she says something very profound, which is I am a founder that happens to be female, right? And I think that...
Amen.
I'm
just going to say that. Amen.
And I will say all three about these founders that they can hold their own and they happen to be female. And, whatever they do, we're just rooting for their success. And so this is the other thing that Mel sort of had. She understood precisely why people needed Canva, and it was something that people needed whether they knew it or not, right? And today Canva has like almost monopoly across, and I'm allowed to say that, but they almost have monopoly across many of the segments that they target. So I'm hoping for there be a monopoly in baby strollers and a monopoly in clean dyes and a monopoly in water rescue, because last thing I want is to ever be in a situation where they don't have that water rescue device.
Tanis, you're from Vancouver. What's in the water? Why are they so great here?
I don't know. Apparently, it's the best still. What's it called? Not snorkeling. Deep sea going
Fishing.
down. Apparently, everything is beautiful underneath the water. It's a little murky, but we have cool stuff. So,
Hope no one drowns.
Let's hope it's not skeletons.
Okay, great. Edith, you spent a lot of time in Asia as well. Have you seen these kind of pitches, these kind of products out there? Are they do you think they're very North American centric?
I don't think it's necessarily North American centric per se, but I do think that different country and region have very different regulation around all of these products. So, but in general, I think North America, and particular Vancouver, is definitely leading the way in all of these areas.
All right, so thank you. The scores will now be collected and counted, as will the audience Slido vote. The winner of pitch will be announced here on Center Stage at 3 p.m., so be sure to stick around for the big reveal. Thank you all very much. See you later. Thanks to the judges and all the startups.
The stage will now break for lunch. Content will resume in 45 minutes. Please make sure to arrive in time to secure seating. Please welcome to center stage our very own co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, global startup community builder, Casey Lau.
Day out there. Thank you. Thank you. It is a beautiful day outside, right? All right. Hello, hello, Vancouver. I can't believe how fast it's gone. We are now starting the afternoon sessions at the final day of Web Summit Vancouver, and it's been an incredible week here on the Best Coast. I hope some of you are planning on spending the weekend in town and absorbing some of the great things to do in the city. But remember, we are here for 3 years minimum. So we will see you in 2026 and 2027 for the next 2 events here in my hometown. I'm so excited to see where it goes from here. This afternoon, we'll be hearing from Arcana Labs, Beyond Aero, United Healthcare, Whistleblower, and we'll find out who the winner of the pitch competition is. I'd also like to take a moment to say thank you to the incredible Web Summit team, those here on the ground in Vancouver and those around the world who made this week possible. To my teammates across the world, hello Dublin, hello London, hello Lisbon, hello Hong Kong, hello Doha. I see you, I feel your energy here with us. It's amazing. It's a huge team. Thank you, all these people. Thank you for your passion, your grit, and your skills. You've helped launch something truly special this inaugural Web Summit Vancouver, and we're just getting started. I also want to thank my co-hosts, OMG Hey Sam and William Johnson, who I hope helped bring some local flavor to the stage. Definitely follow their work going forward if you're not already. Okay, it's bittersweet, but here we go. Kicking off the final afternoon at Web Summit Vancouver with a talk on leadership in turbulent times. When the ground keeps shifting, steady leadership matters more than ever. In an era defined by economic volatility, technological disruption, and rising social pressure, the best leaders aren't just reacting, they're reimagining how to lead with purpose and resilience. Our next speakers bring perspectives from across government, academia, and the global tech economy. One is a leading economist and author whose work has shaped understanding of the digital era. Another is a former startup founder turned provincial finance minister navigating economic policy in real time and is one of the guiding forces in bringing Web Summit to Vancouver. How do great leaders rise above the noise and move forward when the path ahead is anything but clear? To explore what it means to lead in turbulent times, in conversation with The Guardian's Derek Kerr, please welcome Harold Price Professor of Entrepreneurship and author of The Sharing Economy, Aaron Sundarajan, and the Minister of Finance of the province of British Columbia, Brenda Bailey.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for joining us, and I'm really excited about this conversation, which is leading in turbulent times. And we're seeing a lot of changes in 2025, and economic shifts, and politics, and technology. And so I'm curious for both of you, I'll start with you, Minister Bailey, what you're seeing as kind of the biggest issues that we're facing right now.
Oh, there aren't any big issues facing the world right now. No. There's so much going on. The trade challenges come first and foremost to mind, but I'll share with you that one of the reasons that I went into government was really some profound concern about the gap between technology and public policy, and the speed of government and the speed of technology. So I would share that's probably one of the gaps that I spend a lot of time thinking about.
I'm spending a lot of time, wonderful to be here, my first time in Vancouver, beautiful city. So I'm thinking a lot about the extent to which the pace of technological change is forcing leaders, whether it's government leaders or executives, to be making choices which are leading us into a technological world that is more island-like rather than global village-like, and perhaps not taking into account the trade-offs between return and risk in the right way. So I think that that's the return dimension, I think, is dominating the risk dimension, but maybe we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Yeah, so, and it's interesting having both of you on stage. You both have a lot of experience studying, working in technology. And so I'm curious about how you're seeing the role in technology and very specifically artificial intelligence and governance around that.
Yeah, this has been a challenging aspect for Canada. We had ADA, which is the AI Act that the federal government was working at, and we weren't able to get it across the line before the last election. We have guiding principles here in British Columbia in regards to AI, but I think the reality is there's always a time gap between public policy and what's happening with tech, and that's something we need to be concerned about.
Absolutely.
I talk often about, I think there are aspects of AI that need to move quickly. Adoption in small businesses, it needs to move quickly. And there are other parts that need to move slowly. For example, rolling out uses of AI to the most vulnerable and stepping back from personal connection. And sometimes I see the opposite happening. The pieces that I think need to go fast are going slow, and the pieces I think need to go slow are going fast. So I find that a bit of a challenge, and I'm trying to provide some insight into that within government.
Okay, I'm seeing it. Of course, there is a really important role for government to play in drawing the boundaries around what we should and shouldn't do with AI. And AI governance is perhaps one of the most important topics of today. But if you look beyond government leaders and look at corporate leaders today, it seems to me that a lot of the decisions that shape the AI world that we live in are going to be made not necessarily in the legislature, but are going to be made in the corporate boardroom, are going to be made in executive suites. It's not just the decisions that Meta and Amazon and Apple and Google and Anthropic and OpenAI and the other large tech companies make. It's also decisions that banks make, that insurance companies make, that healthcare companies make. And so what I'm telling a lot of corporate boards and a lot of executives is don't get distracted necessarily by the terms responsible AI and ethical AI. Of course, being responsible and being ethical are important, but it can sometimes shift the priority that you place on AI governance choices and the set of people within your organization who you delegate the responsibility to, if you think of it as an ethics question or a responsibility question rather than as a leadership question. So I tell them instead, look at the different specific dimensions of AI governance. Look at alignment. How do I get AI to be aligned with my brand or with societal values? Look at intellectual property. How do I make sure that the information within my organization that is being fed into an AI system is not causing me to lose that intellectual property? Look at attribution, what is the extent to which I should tell my customers or tell my partners when something is AI generated. Look at training data governance. To what extent should I care about whether the provenance of what goes into my AI models? So there are about a dozen of these decisions. And to take those decisions and assess how important they are to your organization, and then to prioritize based on how much risk do they place on you? Because for a bank that is using AI as a back office technology, alignment may not be that big an issue. For OpenAI or Google, who have hundreds of millions of people using their AI every day, alignment is a huge issue with huge risk. And so to think about this in a more systematic way, rather than thinking about it through the big lens of responsible or ethical.
So I guess playing on that, the companies have largely been making their own rules, and the public is left to those decisions being made by the companies. And theoretically, this is where the government will step in to set up protection. So, Mr. Bailey, where do you see the government's role in regulating AI and making sure that things I mean, you got to this with your last response, but like going on what Arun was saying, about.
I highly recommend the use of my first name rather.
So
do I, by the way. Brenda works.
Okay, I'll see if I can do that by the end of the talk. And yeah, so the role of like how does government square the companies making their own rules, and how does government kind of step in?
Yeah, there's. I could spend the rest of our time talking about that for sure. There's many different ways. We have seen quite good alignment with the 6 principles that we've identified here in British Columbia with many of the large players. And government does have a role. We could, in fact, have quite a large hammer should we need it. But the piece that I really want to speak about is what is government's role if AI displaces workforce, and there's a lot of concern about that. And I think that's an area where government really has an important role to play, both in terms of training opportunities, but also making sure that the worry and the hype doesn't get ahead of the reality. And that's something I spend time thinking about. So I'll give you an example. There's a company across the way, you can see it in North Vancouver, called C-SPAN. We've heard a lot of concern within the union movements, such important partners to developing our economy, about displacement and all the jobs that are going to be lost. And I think there is some room for concern, but there's also different ways that this could play out. At C-SPAN, they've struggled for a long time to find specific welders that can do the type of welding needed. Many, many years, doing all the right things, women in trades, Indigenous people in trades. They just have never been able to get enough welders. Now they're using technology where one of their traditional welders can oversee welding of essentially the equivalency of 10. It doesn't lead to job loss. It leads to be able to do a larger book of work, which means more jobs for people in other occupations as well. So I think government has a role to keep a very close eye on what's happening in terms of the economy and job loss, and also to look for those opportunities and to highlight those voices and to look at the way that it's really playing out in our economy so that we can be responsive.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Brenda, this Minister Bailey. It's I think we've crossed the point where we can imagine that it is the government that is going to shape a lot of the rules that govern the technology itself. For the last decade and a half, a lot of those kinds of responsibilities and those kinds of decisions have de facto been delegated to the platforms already. But this one thing of thinking about what is it that humans are going to do in the future on the workforce, how do we put boundaries around work or around organizations in a way that nudges them towards job creation rather than labor substitution? But also, how do we get an infrastructure in place that allows people who will have to transition occupations? There are going to be millions of people who will need to find a new occupation mid-career. And the focus of most countries tends to be on early career education, on, the University of British Columbia. This is like, the University of Toronto. These are the University of Calgary. There isn't as much focus on how do I take someone who's in their mid-30s or mid-40s, who has a family, who has a mortgage, and put in place an infrastructure that allows them to learn how to, earn money under a new occupational umbrella mid-career. And over here, certainly the private sector will do a little. They will focus much more on transitioning people who they're going to keep inside their companies rather than the ones who are going to be transitioning out. And so to me, the single most important role of government in the AI revolution is putting in place an infrastructure that allows people to transition with dignity, so that we don't have people feeling that there's no access to economic opportunity, making them more susceptible to political polarization, tribal messages, and so on.
And if I could just add a small bit in there, if you don't mind. I think that British Columbia is well placed for some of this should we need to do this work, because we've already been focused on forestry transition. And we've also done a lot of work on micro-credentialing to help people get what we refer to as just-in-time education. I think there's always going to be such an important role for four-year degrees degrees, or if you want to do a master's or PhD, those are deeply important. But there's also a role for ways to train up quickly to get back into the workforce. We've been doing that work to help people transition. Micro-credentialing is a great example of that, and I think it will come into play should we see this type of need, and we probably will see some of it.
Okay, certainly branded credentialing is a big part of it. I think another big part of it is going to be confidence building and giving people the feeling that this new occupation, that they are worth, they have enough worth to transition into that new occupation. Connecting them with people who have made that transition before as mentors to sort of give them the feeling of, yes, I can do this. Yeah.
So it's also interesting that the transition that is happening here in Vancouver and British Columbia is really fascinating. So one thing I'm interested in kind of broadening out now out of AI and back to this idea of turbulent times that we're in, 2025, and if you see any opportunities in your role in government and as in your role as an educator and scholar that positive, that could bring positive effects to society.
Well, I'll just mention the trade war that we find ourselves in here in Canada with our dear friends in the US. And there's such strong person-to-person relationships, such strong business relationships, and we're keeping those going. But we're also looking at British Columbia is particularly well placed for trade diversification, and our technology sector has so much to offer at this moment in time. So I would say from a sort of overall economic lens as Ministry of Finance, I think our trade diversification looking both east and west is a real opportunity for us. And I see people within the tech sector that are here in this room today that are really seeing that opportunity and acting on it.
I think that there's a lot, it's difficult for businesses, more because of the unpredictability, as opposed to the trade policy itself. It's the uncertainty around what is the policy going to be tomorrow. But a positive side of this, like a glass maybe not half full, but a glass quarter full way of looking at it is, I think that the agility of organizations and their ability to be flexible and prepare for other forms of turbulence that are not that are more organically created or that emerge more organically is going to be a lot greater. And so, in many ways, when you face this kind of uncertainty, you're often forced to not rely on things that come out of a machine learning system or things that we've always been doing, but to start to think about the science or the the fundamentals that are sitting underneath how you make your decisions. And we may come out of this with more thoughtful and more agile leaders than had we not gone through this process.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be a lot of testing going on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and uncertainty. Yeah, which is maybe keeps people on their toes. And a final question, we only have a couple minutes left, and this is another tiny topic, is do you see certain obstacles or things that leaders should look out for in the coming couple of years that people should just keep their eye out on?
Do you want to go first this time?
Sure. I'll go back to where I started, which is, AI is being presented, or a lot of technologies like AI tend to be presented as technologies where the return, we can't fall back, we can't fall behind our competitors in claiming this return. And so there's a cognitive bias that leaders have to focus more on the risk and to sort of minimize on the return and to minimize the risks. I think that we are still at a stage in making decisions about artificial intelligence where we're designing the world that we're going to be living in. In a few years, it will already be designed. It'll be baked. And if it's not the world that we want to live in, it's going to be very hard to sort of go back and redesign it. So I think that every leader should think about the decisions they're making today, not just through the lens of how do I stay ahead of the competition, but do I want to live in the world that I'm designing? And if not, how do I be proactive about designing the world to be one that I and my children want to live in?
Mm-hmm. And I don't think anyone who's heard me speak would be surprised to hear me speaking about bias and algorithms and the concern that I think all of us share that comes with bias at scale through AI. And when people share fears in the general public about AI, that somehow that machines will take over the world, I'm more worried about the real-time concern that decisions are being made that build in such bias. And even the example of AI, in banks and back rooms that doesn't seem like it's necessarily touching people as individually. We have examples of really strong bias where any indication of women borrowing actually biased to the negative because of historic borrowing patterns and how women didn't have the same access to finances that are still feeding in through training data. So I think we just have to be deeply, deeply diligent on that particular issue.
Yeah, really, really important. Mm-hmm. Thank you guys so much. This has been great. Lots of big topics in a small amount of time.
Thank you so much, Dara. Thank you
thank
very much.
you, Dara.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming to Vancouver for Web Summit. Woo!
All right. Building hardware isn't for the faint of heart. From massive capital requirements to extended development timelines, launching physical products takes a different kind of grit and often a different kind of funding. Our next speakers are proving it can be done. One is building a hydrogen-powered aircraft to revolutionize zero-emission aviation. The other helped launch a carbon capture hardware company that's raised hundreds of millions to combat industrial emissions. Together, they'll unpack what it takes to turn breakthrough science into real-world products and how to scale when your startup builds atoms, not just apps. To explore how hardware founders are defying the odds, in conversation with the host of the Shift podcast, Jennifer Strong, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Beyond Aero, Eloa Gilliton, and a co-founder of Savant, Brett Henkel.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's start by unpacking what makes hardware hard with perhaps what I think of the most obvious part of this, that it is physical, right? You're creating an object, but I'll let you each explain from your own perspectives.
Yeah, with pleasure. We are building the world's first electric private jet. So it's not with lithium batteries, because they are really heavy for an aircraft, but we are using hydrogen propulsion in a fuel cell to power the electric engine. So for sure, building hardware is hard. It's the longer timeline, but that's also how we see the future. I want to live in a world where we can fly electric, and eventually it's going to become electric. The question is when, which market first, which technology, and who is going to make it electric. But we start with this smaller plane. It's a 6-seater flying on 1,000 miles.
Well, in 2007, I quit my job and told my wife that I was going to work in my garage and develop a new CO2 capture technology. I was blissfully ignorant at the time of the challenges ahead. But over, it's 2025 now, over that time, I have learned a lot to how to navigate those challenges of developing hardware. We are commercializing a CO2 capture technology that uses filters that are based on a new material to take CO2 out of smokestacks and also to take CO2 directly out of the air. We are currently over 300 staff. We have raised just under $1 billion Canadian, and we have partners and investors of the largest, some of the largest companies in the world, like Samsung, 3M, BASF, United Airlines here in Canada, Suncor and Synovus, and the list goes on. So it's been a very fun journey, and I'm happy to share some of the challenges and hopefully some of the solutions to get by some of those challenges.
Yeah. So something else that makes hardware hard is that it's harder to fund than things like software. How do you face those challenges?
Where to start? Well, I believe in any company you start with what do really the clients want? What does the market looks like? And what are you building? Why? For who? What part of the market will you take? When? And what's the risk to go there? And then once you have this business model, the entire business plan, for sure you can try to find the right partners to accompany you. It's not just about VCs, it's about also banks and grants and governments. So at Beyond, for such a geopolitical subject, because it's not just an aircraft, it's way more than that. So you need to balance those three, governments help, a bit of banks, and also VCs. I was saying that we are doing an electric private jet as a start, so we are also talking a lot with clients and how they can help fundraise. So clients are also part of the journey. So when you build a hardware, feel free to complete and jump in, but I believe you need to empower all of those different stakeholders, so from clients to investors for sure, but also suppliers. They can become part of the journey. So we co-design, especially when you talk about innovation, you need to iterate quite fast, from prototyping to certification. So for sure, clients, investors, governments, suppliers, and way more. So that's harder for sure than any SaaS company, but that makes it exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. It does depend on what type of hardware company you're trying for. If you're designing something that extracts oil better, that's going to be a very different model than a society benefit technology like yours or like CO2 capture. But when you're going after something that also doesn't have an established business model, it's a pretty big challenge, because not only are you developing the technology and the hardware, but at the same time you're trying to create a business model that doesn't exist right now. So we call it the three-legged stool, and that you're talking about. And we always only took on a step, right? So not the whole challenge of the end game, but there's the next step had the three-legged stool to support it, and that is government funding. It's so important, right? Worldwide government funding too. Just don't go after your own country, but look at all of the governments, because we managed to get UK funding, United States funding, and Canadian funding, and all types of government funding too. But you also need, at the same time, you need traction by a customer, right? And that could be in the form of helping you do a pilot plant. That could be in form of buying some data from you. All sorts of ways of getting some traction and some guidance from the customers. But to fund your operations and to fund going forward, you do need the equity injections as well. So I would say the first two you need and to get established, and then you can go after the equity funding and go after the ones that have, look at their mandates, right? The first thing when you look at funding is you look at what do they want to fund. And if you don't fit within that, don't even try, right? Because you're not going to win that one. But look at it, does the mandate fit with what you're doing? Then you have a shot at getting that funding, and you go after that. But all three of those things have to come together, and then you can make a step. And that's the challenge, right? With other types of companies like software, you don't just make a step. You could get to the end game right away, potentially, right? Whereas when you're doing hardware, it's proof of concept, then it's piloting, then it's creating the supply chain, and then it's the valley of death of commercialization, right? There's many steps to the process.
So to help people gathered here out, right, as they think through their own jobs and projects and companies. What do you think are some of the common mistakes people make when approaching hardware?
I got a big list, but I would say probably the biggest mistake when I look back of what I did or what we did was really not piloting fast enough. It's a scary thing building hardware and then taking it out there and you don't know whether it's going to work or not. And you can be very hesitant and you can spend too much time in the lab and in design and trying to get things too perfect before you go out. Every time we did go out, we learned so much in that process and so fast, because you have to, it was worth it, right? We never had a place where we said, oh, we wish we wouldn't have gone out. So I would say getting out there faster than you think is a better thing to do than waiting.
We've learned so much with the flight test of the prototype, so that's linked to what you said, is putting things in the air, make it fly, make it roll on the ground with a pilot and learn. And that was really the best outcome that we could have imagined. I think when you build such a hard product, you are at first based on the simulation. You do the CAD, you do a lot of software simulation and a lot of computation first before you build something. And that's a bit linked to what you said, it's great, and that's how you're going to make things certify. But you also need to learn on the innovation parts. For example, our case, it's about the hydrogen powertrain. So we are not going to do prototyping about the airframe, but let's do a prototyping on the innovation targeted. And a lot of iteration as fast as you can to implement those data, those raw core data from the hardware into the software. And being able to balance those two with execution, with the right rhythm of safety and execution, I think that's very hard to achieve, but those who do it well usually come out winner.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, when you're taking your moonshot, right, you have to de-risk the hardest part first, because otherwise, you're incrementally stepping towards something versus going after the nut. What's the hardest challenge you each face right now?
Well, we're in the stage where we've done the prototyping, we've done the piloting. We've created the supply chain, which was, in a lot of aspects, it was a new supply chain. And we did a lot of partnering to do that. We partnered with BASF to manufacture the core material that we have. And we just finished our grand opening of our manufacturing plant 2 weeks ago in Burnaby. And we're ready to put steel in the ground. We have many projects on the go. But our stage is really that some people call it the valley of death, where you're taking that technology, now you know it works, and you got to take that into commercial, and you got to get to revenue and profit and stabilize your company on revenue and profit. That's all stages are challenging, I would say. They're all a little different. I like to explain that it's similar to having kids. The baby stage is different than the toddler stage and the teenager stage. They're all challenging, but they're just different challenging. But the stage we're in right now is the commercialization stage of globally deploying our technology, which is it's a daunting task as well, right?
No doubt. And your greatest challenge?
The beauty of building a plane is that you have a methodology to follow. And that's hard in startup. That's really rare. So you have those maturity gates where you know what you need to de-risk to get there. You know what the challenges that you can de-risk. You know the certification timeline. You have this methodology to apply. So we basically try to minimize innovation and integrate a lot from existing aerospace suppliers. So we buy the tanks, we buy the fuel cells, we buy the electric engine, and then we integrate and we certify. So this biggest certification that was there from day one until entry into service is going to be the certification. How do you make it safe? How do you make it certifiable, scalable, and cost efficiency? So that's every single day the biggest challenge of how can you build a team, how can you iterate fast with prototyping while still matching those rigor methodology that we have in aerospace.
Yeah. Let's talk about the scaling and how you get through that transition from prototyping into full production. I feel like that's one of the challenges that sort of flies under the radar, no pun intended, but it kind of goes under the radar until you're in the thick of it.
Well, our challenge with scaling now is to scale our projects to full capacity CO2 capture projects. And we're talking in the 500,000 tons per year to 1 million tons per year of CO2 capture. So you're talking in the hundreds of millions of dollars, if not close to $1 billion per project. And this is new technology coupled with a new business model for the emitters. And the emitters that I'm talking about are oil and gas, steel, cement, pulp and paper, all of these industries that traditionally are very conservative. They do not take risks. They only stay in their lane. They do what they know best. They don't take on technology risk and rarely take on new business risk. And we're trying to convince them to do this. Now, to do that, we need support from the government to help do that. We need support from our suppliers and our supply chain to help de-risk the technology. And, at the end of the day, we need the emitters and society to actually support that decarbonization has to happen. So there's a lot of things that have to come together for us to be able to do that, but we're making very good progress on that. We are very excited about Canada. Canada now wants to build, wants to put steel in the ground, wants to expand our resource sector, but also wants to decarbonize our resource sector at the same time. Both of those things can create really good jobs and have fantastic boost to the economics of Canada. So we're excited. We're also excited about Europe and Asia. Are the same thing, but we're looking at Canada first because we're here and we have flagship projects going on in Alberta and across Canada. So,
what about for you? What does scaling look like?
So you have a shorter term, which is building this plane I was saying about. So we integrate gas hydrogen into an existing type of existing market, existing suppliers, this is a de-risking phase. So it's going to take a few years. We're going to certify it on the right path, right track. It's all about can you execute it right with the right people at the right place. That's what we do. Later, we are thinking about how to scale that. That's what I call the fast, pragmatic go-to-market is first a private jet, where the technology exists, the market exists, and we can de-risk the certification. But then we want to scale eventually to bigger size, and we can switch to liquid eventually one day. I'm not saying tomorrow, but it's going to take the time.
Right.
And then you implement the same pattern of how do you redesign an aircraft around the hydrogen system, but this time liquid hydrogen, and then you can scale the size of the plane, and then even bigger. So the vision I mentioned, aviation will be electric. It's not just private jet. Private jets is the go-to-market, and then obviously we will incrementally improve the technology in time with the suppliers and with the certification.
Final couple of minutes here. What advice do you have for folks gathered in the room?
I was asked this question earlier today. I think I'll answer the same thing on that for, especially for people that are thinking about starting a company. And I do believe that that's the lifeblood of our economy, is people that start new things, new innovation. I would say the biggest difference between someone that has done this, like myself, and someone that doesn't is just the do. It's just one morning you get up and you actually stop talking about it and you actually do it. And then when you start that, never give up. Never give up if you believe and you're passionate in what you're doing. That makes sense. Never give up because there will be a lot of challenges in front of you. A lot of, you'll be in a lot of positions that you want to give up, but you can't. You got to keep going. And then at the end of the day, it's a fun journey. It's a challenging journey.
Amazing.
But it's also a lot of fun. So.
What about you?
Yeah,
advice for the crowd?
I will complete by giving a raw advice just about people. Beyond Aero would not exist without my co-founders, without the team, without from HR, lawyers to bankers, everyone around us believe in this vision. And it's when you gather such experts in their field that you can create something amazing. And young, I have this energy and passion, but I'm not the one who knows how to build such a subsystem of the plane. And so it's a team who has this expertise and with which we can ping pong and balance and find this vision. So the advice would be really famous quote saying, you are the average of the 5 people you talk to daily, something like that. So I would advise surround yourself with the top 5 people you can find around you, from values, expertise, knowledge, and just put the bar higher every single day. And I think that's how you push.
You know, it's about partners. It's about community. It's about, I mean, a company has so much going into it and support, and the people actually make it. You're so right about that.
I think that's all the time we have. Thank you both very much for this, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How's everybody doing out there? Okay, good. The real troopers here for the last afternoon. I love it. All right. When it comes to putting profit over patients, United Health has become a case study in systemic abuse. It's been found that they use an AI algorithm to predict recovery times and automatically deny claims for extended care, regardless of doctor recommendations or patient needs, and that internal staff were pressured to follow the AI's determinations even when medical professionals raised concerns that patients require more treatment or rehabilitation. In this session, you'll hear directly from the whistleblower who helped expose the company's coercive tactics. With legal support from Whistleblower Aid, this story has sparked national attention and raised urgent questions about corporate control of American healthcare. From delayed authorizations to demand claims, the system isn't just broken, it's just built this way. How do we hold healthcare giants accountable when human suffering fuels their bottom line? To unpack one of the most disturbing healthcare scandals in recent memory, in conversation with Penny Daflos from CTV Vancouver, please welcome the United Healthcare whistleblower, Max Ollivant, and CEO of Whistleblower Aid, Libby Liu.
Just so we can start to get to know each other a little bit, Maxwell, tell me a little bit about your work and what drew you to healthcare.
So I am a doctor of nursing practice, which everybody in the room is probably like, what the heck is that? So a doctor of nursing practice is a nurse practitioner with 2 additional years of training, a little bit of extra expertise. I went into healthcare. I'm a Christian. It's a big deal to me, and I wanted to help others out. And so through different ways, I realized the best way that I could do that was through healthcare.
And then in your work, what started ringing alarm bells for you that maybe United Health might be prioritizing profit over the well-being of the patients that you were caring for?
Yeah, so when I signed up for the job, I was talking with someone special to me, and they had this thing at United Healthcare where if you had a low hospitalization rate, you'd make extra money. And I thought, okay, that's a novel idea. If I do a really good job and patients don't end up needing to go to the hospital, then I'm going to make more cash. Hey, great, cool. But as time went on, I started seeing that they were not just denying unnecessary hospitalizations, but they were denying necessary hospitalizations as well. I had a patient who was exhibiting stroke-type symptoms, And the nurse at the nursing facility had called the call center, and the call center provider there said, oh, it's probably just Bell's palsy, not a stroke. And subsequently, there was a delay in care. The patient ended up going to the hospital after the outside PCP intervened and was diagnosed with a stroke. He continued to have permanent neurologic deficits, though, as a consequence. They would look at every single hospitalization, every one of them, and review them whether they were necessary or not. And regardless of whether the hospitalization was determined to be necessary or unnecessary, it would count against the provider's bonus pay, and it also counted against the nursing homes because they were receiving money for avoidance of all-cause hospitalizations.
So then it sounds like there was a distinct kind of incentive structure slash maybe a bit of threats, so a bit of a carrot and a stick in terms of being able to carry this out.
That's right. So if the nursing facility sent someone to the hospital, it was considered a bypass. And we were instructed as providers to then train the nursing facilities that you can't bypass us. You have to call us first. And that was part of the deal for the nursing homes to receive this kickback. They would first receive money, just a base payment for the sheer number of patients they had enrolled. And this is, I know we're in Canada now, but this is American taxpayer dollars that are going to this, so it's kind of a big deal. And so they would give a base payment to the nursing facility just for the number of patients they had steered to that particular insurance plan. And then they would receive a much larger sum of money if they had avoided all-cause hospitalizations within a certain parameter. And that parameter was really very tight. For some nursing facilities, they might only be able to hospitalize one patient over the business quarter before they would lose out on that payment.
I know for some people in your situation where there's that cognitive dissonance between trying to provide the best care and then thinking about, the business behind that care, that sometimes it's a cumulative effect and sometimes it's one particular incident. What was it for you? What was the tipping point for you to come forward and say this isn't right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, so one of the nurses reaches out to me and says, your patient is vomiting, and forgive me to the audience here, I know this is grotesque, but your patient is vomiting what appears to be fecal material. And they were worried about a GI bleed. So I start working him up for a GI bleed. Indeed, he is positive for bleeding. He's a high-risk patient, life-threatening type scenario. And my manager is telling me that she doesn't think that he needs to go to the hospital. And I couldn't believe it. She moved on to receive further approval from medical directors and then sends me a message later on saying, go ahead and send the patient if you think it's the right care. But there was this massive delay, which, by the way, I sent him without asking for approval, just to be clear. But in that moment, I realized that this program is neglecting the patients, that this program is being used to deny care to those who have critical illnesses. Now, United Health Group has come back and said, well, no, we're just consultants here. It's entirely the provider's purview as to whether they send or not. I tried that. I did. I had a different patient who was coughing up copious blood, which we call hemoptysis. He had esophageal varices in his throat, blood vessels in his throat that had ruptured. He began to suffocate on his own blood. I was there within 15 minutes of the event occurring. His oxygen levels started dropping. He was agonizing, and he was dying right in front of me. So I bypassed their whole plan because they said you had to follow all of these steps before you sent someone to the hospital. And the steps they had lined up could take upwards of an entire day to complete. Call the family, talk to the patient, call the primary care provider, call the family back. It went in this kind of order. If you couldn't get a hold of somebody, which was frequent, it would further delay the process. That particular patient, I sent him straight to the hospital. He was admitted directly to the ICU, the intensive care unit. His life was saved, thank God, for that. But I ended up getting reprimanded because I had not followed every step in the process that they had laid out. So yeah, it was just egregious.
So then it sounds like there was a distinct pattern and a way of doing business as opposed to a one-off incident or something that led you to this.
That's correct. And I brought it up to them. I mean, with this first patient with the stroke that they said, oh, it's possible Bell's palsy, I said, that's a big miss. You can't diagnose Bell's palsy without a scan and without the expertise of a neurologist. Once that patient had hospital care and was exposed to the neurologist said, this is a stroke. But yeah, it was a frequent occurrence.
Libby, I want to turn to you now. Explain to us how you got involved and the role that Whistleblower Aid played in helping Maxwell get his story out.
Sure. We came on several years after Maxwell decided to come forward, and Whistleblower Aid supports public interest whistleblowers. Like Max, people who are driven by their conscience to come forward and raise to the public or policymakers things that have been hidden. And so Max reached out to us through our intake line, which is available on our website, whistleblower.org. And so we did an intake, we had a meeting, we quickly ascertained that he was a prime candidate to be one of our clients because he's motivated by his conscience. This is real harm to real people happening every day. And he had experienced quite a lot of trauma from going through all the efforts that he did to try to fix this situation internally or even through authorities that they're supposed to be doing. So he was perfect for our care because we provide complete wraparound services. We care about your mental health, your physical health, everything that's going on in your life, your future, your family, your stability. And so that's when we came on board. And it's been an extremely important disclosure that he's raising because something that he didn't point out, which I do want to say, is that all of this is in compliance to something they call the playbook. So the playbook is the required, steps and everything that they've created in between you and sending someone to get the critical care they need. So the call center is a remote place with, I'm guessing, nurse practitioners who look at data. They've never met the patient. They haven't talked to anybody deeply about the history or the circumstances. Basically, their job is to ask more questions so that there are more legitimate delays as people try to get more information. And so the playbook is national, and everybody has to go through it. And I think that that is really important.
Now, some jurisdictions have more robust whistleblower protections than others. There can be quite a patchwork. There's some loopholes in various types of coverage. But do you think that Maxwell's story should be a wake-up call for legislators of all stripes to really look at that legislation and what it actually is and isn't doing?
100%. I think the U.S. has the best whistleblower protection laws in the world, but still not good enough because the reality is the power between David and Goliath, a single whistleblower, and an enormous corporation and or government agency, whatever it is so skewed. But without whistleblowers, we'll never know what's really going on, right? I mean, there'll be no transparency and no accountability, especially in circumstances that are very opaque, like, say, the largest healthcare insurer in the country. They've got a lot of power, a lot of money, a lot of resources.
Maxwell, we've been talking about the legalities and a lot of the facts and the patterns in the business. But I also wonder what it was like on an emotional level, because I think when you speak up against your employer, there's just got to be tremendous fear there that you could lose your livelihood, maybe you could even lose your friends. And I just wonder what you were feeling as you were kind of trying to go through this process and what you're feeling now, if there's been a catharsis. I mean, walk us through a little bit of that journey.
No, it was absolutely terrible. Yeah, I'll tell you that, unless there are lives involved, don't do it. But you know, I had to find ways to manage that tension. I ended up choosing marathon running and ultra marathon running just because it would take that pain away for a period of time. But because of the way they had spoken to me, because of the things they had said, you doubt who you are as a professional, as a person, you know. They frequently would double down and deny it, and they still are doubling down and denying it, but the lid has come off, and it's all beginning to crumble for them. So feeling that accountability is a big deal. I mean, it's been almost 6 years now since I informed United Health Group of the practices. I went all the way to the tip-top of their compliance departments and lines, and that tip-top compliance line turned around and put me on a performance improvement plan.
Experienced extreme retaliation from the employer during the time.
Yeah. So the marathons were good. If never you have done it, you should. It's a lot of fun, but it feels so much better to be at this point here where everything had died and I thought it's hopeless. And my constant prayer was that God would bring about accountability and that he would open this up again. And then, lo and behold, The Guardian reached out. So thank God for that. I mean, it really has made a substantial difference.
Well, journalists can make a huge difference in getting this information out and trying to put together the puzzles. But, I mean, Libby, when you and I were talking, you told me that courage is contagious. And I think that's a phrase that's going to stick with me long after this discussion is over. Tell me a little bit about when somebody like Maxwell shares their story, do you find that other people come forward? Do you find that there's that curiosity? Like, what would it take for me to be in this seat, being able to have that catharsis and being able to go through this?
100%. With every one of our cases, what we want to be the message is that there is a safe way, there is a lawful way to do the thing your conscience is telling you to do. And there's an organization, ours, that is going to make sure that you're protected and that you achieve some of that impact, which, you know, in a case like Max's, is that anguish from all of those years and the psychological operations that the company plays on you. So how can you think it's a failure if you save a person's life? I mean, that's how deep the culture went to adhere to this playbook.
That's right. It was just absolutely crazy, in hindsight, when you think about it, to save someone's life and be reprimanded for it. You know, to do everything to prevent the harm, to prevent the suffering, and still you are in trouble for it. So just the craziest program. But I suspect now we're going to begin to see accountability. You know, again, the lid has broken off of this. We're getting quite a bit of traction, and it's just a matter of time until folks on the government side end up taking some action.
And to answer your original question, yes, when a whistleblower comes forward, all the other people that are in the company that have been experiencing that anguish themselves, they can be inspired to come forward. And it's always better if more people come forward because everybody's got different pieces of evidence and information and stories, and just get a thorough and deep investigation that leads to change. That's what we need.
Yeah.
I imagine, though, that when you're in that ecosystem, it's normalized.
It's very
all sorts of
normalized.
things that now, I mean, we're listening horrified to a bunch of this stuff, but when you were there, that was normal. So I think it's actually hard when you're in the soup to realize that you're in the pot, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so some of the other providers that I've spoken with have kind of suffered psychologically with thinking that, you know, it's not okay to hospitalize people. I remember when I transitioned jobs, it was a little like micro panic attack whenever I would have to send someone to the hospital because that had been ingrained in me that you don't send people to the hospital, you know, even if they're sitting there dying in front of you. So to see some of them feeling the same way, it's just that none of them would talk about it amongst themselves. But now we're here, we're opening it up, the world knows. I'm in Canada, for crying out loud. You know, this is not just a we the people thing anymore. This is a we the world saying this behavior is completely unacceptable.
And I'm glad you brought up where we are, because this is just so foreign to Canadians given our public healthcare system. But we do have a creep of privatization. There is some private delivery of public healthcare, and I wonder if your experience and your story could serve as a warning to our policymakers, or what lessons we think that you think that we should take from this in terms of allowing more of that privatization in our system.
The caution I will give Canadians is, I personally have nothing wrong with free market, but you have to have accountability. If something wrong occurs, you have to hold the company accountable. You cannot allow it to continue. Here's what happens when you let one company permissively do these things. It spreads like a virus to other companies. You have to smash it as soon as it begins and say, this is unacceptable. We as a country will not put up with this.
Livy, any final thoughts?
I just am so proud of Max and all the really brave whistleblowers that come forward, because it is a tough, tough road. And there's a reason very few people become public interest whistleblowers, because everything is against them. But you have a voice, you have a conscience, you can sleep at night. And all of the families that I'm picturing, all the families who have loved ones that have suffered because of this program, I really hope it gives them validation, and it should be a warning to other families. Do not sign your family members up to United Health Group. Do not do it.
I want to thank you both for your time. I want to thank the audience, and I just want to point out this is Maxwell's first public speaking about his experience, so let's give him an extra big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Please welcome to center stage our very own co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, global startup community builder, Casey Lau.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the winner's announcement of Pitch, the world's greatest startup competition. All right, that's what we call it anyways. This edition was particularly intense. Out of over 1,100 startups here at Web Summit Vancouver, 35 were selected to compete. From those 35, only 3 emerged victorious and pitched earlier today in the grand final. I'd like to thank all the judges who were involved, and of course all the startups who gave their absolute best over the last 2 days. It was amazing to see so many passionate founders pitching their business to our audience. And as I've said before, it's a Web Summit historic event. All 3 founders were female, and they're all from the host city. So that's amazing. Let's get a round of applause. Okay, now, before we announce our overall winner, let's take a look at who the audience voted for. Oh, wow. Oh, there we go. And, oh, there we go. Gluckskind, Light One, and VotaSafe. Okay. Interesting. VotaSafe is the aqua eye. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk to Tanis. She was on one of the judges. Okay, so let's look at the first one. What do you think of this? Does this look, is this, oh.
I could yell, but it might be better if I do this.
Okay, so what did you, Wesley, and Edith think of VotaSafe?
Yeah, incredible. It's one of those products, like I said when I was on stage, it's like literally a no-brainer. It's so important. How many of us would feel really well, sleep better at night, knowing that when we go out on the water, that there is something there for us to be found should some tragedy happen. So that was amazing. We thought that the platform that they had was one of the things that the judges mentioned, was that the platform could be so rich in data. And I think in today's world, a data-rich product in some form or another is so important, not just for your own analytics, but also as AI comes in. To be able to create a really, really unique data set is really, really special. So there's really no reason why we think that government and organizations couldn't find a way to budget this in, because it's an incredible piece of technology.
Great, great. Okay, and the next one was Light 1. 34% of the audience vote. They're the colorants, right?
Yeah, the colorants. And so this was another one whose idea has come in right at the perfect time. As I mentioned, that so many people are looking for clean alternatives right now. What can we be putting on our bodies? What can we ingesting? What are the way that we can do this in a way that isn't toxic? And so obviously being able to look at bio alternatives to synthetic chemicals and such like that is just absolutely an incredible business to be part of. So we feel that the other piece that we discussed was it really is addressing two major issues, not just the toxins, but also water. Water is a huge issue, obviously, again, with AI and with all the things that are happening, that if we can find ways to conserve and use it more efficiently, that is valuable no matter how many drops.
Okay, great. And finally, Glückskind, the AI-powered baby stroller.
Yeah, man, again, I wish I was there. I wish I had this 16 years ago when I had my kid. The design and the function is so apropos as a parent who finds themselves in so many different situations, to be able to have this almost like extra hand that just does and things. I got to try it backstage at the speakers lounge.
Great.
It was so cool. So we talked about it being an incredible prestige product that's going to be something that parents are definitely going to strive for. Wesley had an incredible idea about a crib, similar to a crib, that might be at a higher price point, but they lease their cribs. Because the strollers in and of themselves sometimes are things that you pass on and legacy, whereas this way, parents could come in and say, listen, I'm going to lease this incredible product, and it's a whole other revenue source for them. So I think that's a great idea that I'll pass on to them, but they were all amazing.
Great. Okay. So let's take a look at who won. Are you ready for this? Closer. All right. The winner of Pitch at Web Summit Vancouver 2025 is
Light 1. Bravo! Come on out!
Come on down!
Yay!
Give it the award. No.
Thank you.
Oh no, give it the award first. All right. Have any comments to the audience?
Yes, thank you so much, everybody, to recognize this issue, first of all. We are really trying to raise awareness about the toxins that are everywhere in our body, in our food, everywhere surrounding us. And I really do want to shout out the, one big important fact that I go to a lot of places, pitch a lot of places. This has been one of the only moments that there has been 3 female founders from BC on stage of the finale. So a huge shout out to you guys back in stage. Everybody did great. And yeah, thank you all for recognizing, and my amazing team behind me. This is just half of them. It wouldn't be possible without them. So yeah.
Great. Okay, that's it. Give that to them. It's me again. Hello. All right, as technology transforms how fans interact with sports, entertainment, and culture, traditional playbooks no longer apply. Today's fans are fragmented across platforms, always online and craving deeper, more authentic engagement. From TikTok clips to gamified loyalty programs, fandom is being refined in real time. Our next speakers are shaping that evolution from multiple angles. One is a Vancouver-based Web3 company that launched this super popular digital collectibles called NBA Top Shot, and the other founded a media company dedicated to understanding the shifting relationship between creators and their communities. Together, they'll explore what it takes to build lasting fan experiences in a world where attention is fleeting and loyalty must be earned daily. How do you future-proof your fan strategy and create emotional connection that lasts beyond the final whistle? To explore what's next in fandom, please welcome in conversation with Jabari Young from Forbes, please welcome Vancouver's own Roham Garagazlu, the CEO of Dapper Labs and founder of Not Another Media Company, Tony Cohen-Brown.
Wow, glad to see it's a packed house. Yeah. Thank you all for staying around. I know it's been a long week, but I definitely appreciate it. Sorry Baron couldn't make it, but we're here. So hopefully you guys can get some great insight from these two phenomenal individuals. You know, as the host just said about the word fandom, it's a very interesting word. We were sitting back there having dialogue about it just now, right? We could have just took it right backstage. But I want to open this conversation up by asking both you, Roham, and Tony, when you hear that word fandom, right, what's the first thing, or who was the first thing, or who's the first person that comes to mind, that fandom word, right? It's different definitions for everybody, but when you hear it, what comes to mind for you?
I mean, the person that comes to mind is Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan. Why Michael Jordan?
I mean, maybe that's because who I grew up being the biggest fan of. I don't know.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Well, what does fandom mean to me? I mean, it's a tough word to describe, actually, right? It's because it's passion, but it's also connection. It's also, you know, love in a certain way. It's also admiration in a certain way. It's its own sort of thing, and it's something that makes you want to connect with other people that have the same fandom as you, maybe interest, hobby, whatever it might be. But yeah, Michael Jordan. I don't know why.
Love it. Tony, when you hear it.
As someone who created a company called Sunday Fangirls, which had this whole idea and mission of reclaiming back a word that has been used for a long time to sort of ridicule a whole group of people, especially young women, in sports or music because they were deemed less than or just not smart or just way too fanatical. I love looking at the importance of words and the words that we use, and fandom actually comes from the Latin word fanaticus, and then the dom side is really about in the domain of. And the reason that I like looking at that is it reminds us that it's about the domain of fans, which is actually a group of experts. And beyond that, as you were saying, it's more than just the sum of individuals. It's about that community building aspect. It's about that desire to belong. It's about that desire to have an identity beyond who you are. But more importantly for me, it just highlights creativity in this space. You look at, and I think we're going to talk about this, but fans today want to be so much more than just a passive receiver of the thing that they are passionate about. They want to be part of that co-creation. It's also about power. You can see groups and fandoms today hold leagues accountable, hold athletes accountable. And then finally, there's the business element, which is really what is truly at my heart, is this idea that we still think that fans are kind of cute and sweet and the byproducts of the sport, when actually there's deep monetary value attached to fandoms, and there's deep relevancy. Fans can make or break someone's career. Fans can create deep relevancy for a sport, which is what we're seeing right now in Formula One. That relevancy has come from the fans.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, again, it's a very complicated one to define succinctly, but it brings along all of those aspects.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, Roham, you guys have developed a lot of fans yourself at Dapper Labs. You know, I remember when I was at CNBC first writing about the NFTs, NBA Top Shot, right? I think the headline was $230 million people spent on trading cards, NFTs. Anything that the learnings that you want to share from Top Shot NFL All Day product in 2025? What have you guys learned from that era? You're talking when Top Shot was created back, was that 2021, around that time?
2020, launched in 2020, but
yeah.
started kind of percolating public consciousness.
Right, so you go from 2020 to 2025. What have you learned about what works and what doesn't?
I mean, the coolest thing to me is I think we established a new category. 5 years ago, people weren't even sure what digital collecting was. Now you can't go to a single sports conference without a digital collectible panel or whatever it might be. And even that, people are now still thinking of it in a very sort of much more niche way, as opposed to just thinking about it as, hey, this is the currency of fandom. This is the sort of digital surface area where fans interact together, and it's the economic layer on top of all these kind of social experiences. And so, obviously, I mean, Top Shot, I think it's well over $1.5 billion now in terms of sort of market volume and stuff like that. And so we've learned a ton, and we've learned that when you focus on the fan, when you focus on the collector, the person there for the authentic reason, you create a sustainable user that lasts years and years. And we have some of our customers a lot of our best customers are still from that sort of era. But we've also figured out how to create a product that you can put it where the fan is, and we're getting waves of genuine fans who don't maybe think of themselves as certainly not crypto people or NFT people. And potentially when they were kids, they collected, but now they're collecting digitally with their kids. So our best users are coming from when you go to an NFL game or an NBA game, you get an email off sometimes from Ticketmaster that says, hey, claim a digital collectible from the game you just went to. And you have a pack and you rip it, and there's a moment in there from one of the players that you saw on court that night. We're doing things when you double down on amazing content, like this year's WNBA class is absolutely amazing. We did a pack drop yesterday, 10 times more demand than supply, simply because of the quality of the moments inside there, the quality of the players, and so on and so forth. We're in the middle of the NBA playoffs, something happens on screen that night, we can get out a digital collectible that sort of memorializes that moment, and before the end of the night, they're often sold out too. So we're trying to be where the fan is. We're trying to create experiences that are basically a surface area for people to come together. And we're obviously respecting scarcity. It's at the end of the day a collectible, and it's because it's such a young category. Trading cards are well over 100 years old, and we have to sort of treat it like a sort of fledgling, and treat it with respect and care. And I think it's inevitable that people will own things more digitally 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now than they own today. On how can we give them an experience that you can't have in the physical world?
What didn't work that you had to take away from that particular product, right? Like, did you see something that was like, hey, this does not represent fandom, let's do away with it?
Well, I think in the early days, it was more that there were a lot of product features missing, and also the product was very raw. At the time when it went sort of viral, it was less than a year old. And so in a lot of ways, the volatility inherent in the market created things that, authentic users, collectors would look at it and say, well, that's a bubble. And so in a lot of ways, we were, to an extent, victim of our own success, because that kind of extreme sort of spike early on created a hangover of both trying to rebuild trust in the economy, rebuild trust in the community, and our decisions as curators. So it was less of like things we had to take away, and more we had to add elements to the product. So now you can have gameplay. You can actually play with your assets. Sometimes that means that they get removed from circulation or they get damaged, similar to physical products. There's a sink as well as a source. And so triggering that supply and demand, making sure that when people go up in the rankings, they're recognized for their fandom. So if you're on top of the leaderboard for the Celtics or whatever it might be, you might get benefits directly from the Celtics or the players. You might have a chance to meet your favorite players. So trying to articulate, kind of tie ownership to fandom and fandom to ownership. You might have seen yesterday, every person with a Disney Plus account in the US, not yet in Canada, every month will be getting a little free digital collectible or mystery capsule from Disney Pinnacle. And bringing those two worlds together are what we're adding to the product, giving utility, gameplay, and deflationary mechanics, so things get removed out of the economy as well as added to the economy. This is sort of what we've built into the product, and ways for people to show off, right? At the end of the day, you're collecting this stuff because they're part of your identity, and so how can we make it cooler than busting out a binder, make it actually feel immersive and exciting, and kind of catch up with the way people want to interact with each other.
Yeah. How many people in here, raise your hand, are fans of F1? I can see you.
Yay.
Right?
For you.
Okay. Fair amount of people. Tony, you work closely with the organization. We were just in the back talking about, I wouldn't say that F1 is looking at it from a fandom perspective, but you had an interesting point. They're opening up to content creators, a layer of fandom, but take me inside the business of the fandom of what you're seeing at F1 being around, because they look at you as a content creator that's in their turf and you're doing all these amazing things, bringing them a new element of fans, Gen Z and people who trust content creators over your legacy media, right?
100%.
Take me on the inside of the fandom, the business of it. What are you seeing that F1 is doing that's working?
So there's a couple of things. I've been a massive Formula One fan. My first race was 1991 in Spa-Francorchamps, which was actually the first time that Michael Schumacher got in the car and raced. So I love this space dearly. One thing that Formula One has done incredibly, incredibly well is build this entire ecosystem and this whole world building around this 2-hour race and extended it well beyond. There's something that's super important to know, and I don't think this is true for any other sport, and correct me, I may be wrong, but 99% of Formula One fans will never attend a race in a given season, which means...
It's not like the NBA. The NBA always says that.
Okay.
Right? Most of our fans won't come to a game.
Won't come.
Yeah.
But, so the whole race weekend is for 1% of fans. So that means that the digital products, the digital engagement is so incredibly important. What they've done is they've built things like Formula One Arcade, where you can go and play games and sit in a simulator and watch the race. They've built, obviously, we had the now very popular Netflix show, Drive to Survive, that really swung open the doors of Formula One. Beyond that, we have the F1 game, F1 TV, which is an incredible app and potentially one of the best products that it's ever put together. We now have the F1 movie and the F1 playlist. The through line, though, with all of this is they've commercialized fandom. And I think that is something to be a little wary of.
We were talking about that over the phone, the commercialization of it. You're not a fan.
I'm not a fan of the commercialization of fandoms. I think there's an element where, yes, there's a lot of money to be made, but not every single aspect of fandom needs to be commercialized. And so to your point, one of the things that I think Formula One has still got some work to do or some catching up to do on is the beauty of what YouTube now calls the professional fan, which can also be a content creator. You can allow this subgroup of people who are deeply passionate about a certain sport or music or whatever it is, in this case Formula One, to create UGC, so user-generated content. Use it to your advantage. So if on one end of the spectrum, you have the likes of the NBA with Adam Silver, who understood the benefit of highlights. He always said, this is free marketing for the league. Why would I stop this? Why would I not allow this to happen? On the complete other end of the spectrum, you have Formula One, who will happily say, absolutely not. Their crown jewel is basically cars out on track. No one can commercialize cars out on track except for Formula One. And so it's interesting because although Formula One might not understand the creator economy yet, I still have a lot of hope that they will. The teams and the 300 plus sponsors and the federation are starting to understand the benefit of tapping into content creators, of allowing creators who are incredible fans either of a team or a product or just the entirety of the sport to tell their own stories. And so that is essentially what happened to me. And as an anecdote, I was sort of right time, right place. ESPN were just like, you sound like you know what you're talking about when it comes to Formula One, because I sound very British. Help us bring this whole new demographic of fans into the sport, that demographic being very young. I mean, there is something to be said about Formula One, which is they have a demographic that I think most series would kill for. We're 32 years of age, we're completely global in nature, and 41% female. And so that is a very, very powerful demographic. And you had, at the time, 4 years ago, Aston Martin that was coming back into the sport after a 60-year hiatus, and who were just like, we want your audience. So what does that look like? Continue creating the content that you're creating, which is about educating fans about Formula One, but do it in our garage. Come and sit on the floor of our Formula One garage during race weekends, use our mechanics, our engineers, speak to our drivers, speak to our C-suite, and get all the answers to the questions that you and your community have, and let's create great content together.
Yeah. This audience, right, what would you, I always love to try to give the audience as much takeaways as possible, as much insight as possible. So if you look out in that crowd for the both of you, and you have to tell this audience, maybe an audience who are trying to develop their own fandom, they're trying to get into their own space of engagement, what would you tell them that they have to do right now? 2025, as we sit here, May, right, 2025, audience, what do you tell them about looking ahead, the next 5 years? What do you need to do? Do this now. Do this today if you want to grow your fandom over the next 5 years, at the end of the decade, right? 2030, that's a full decade. So they got 5 years to do it. What do they have to do right now?
Seize control.
Seize control.
It's pointless, I think, in this day and age.
Elaborate on seize control of what?
Seize control of your content, your narrative. You can only do so much. You are going to pain yourself in trying to control everything that you want people to know about you. Instead, I think there's an element of what does it look like to facilitate the people who love your product? Again, don't jump in and commercialize it, but what does it look like to create spaces and communities and opportunities? What do you need to give? What are your fans ask? Actually listen to your fans. What are your fans asking of that they want to see more of? A perfect example for Formula One is a lot of the young female fans were saying, we don't need merchandise, we don't need a new arcade. What we need is to feel safe at these races. There are 400,000 people coming here, and yet there is no phone number, and this was already back in 4 or 5 years ago, there is no phone number to pick up and call if you're being harassed. That's what we want, that's what we need, and all it took was a good listening exercise. So I would say seize control, and maybe, and I've given you 3 now, but maybe the other thing is the playbook has fundamentally changed. And I think you probably have more to say about this, but trying to adapt the playbook that we used to use 5, 10, 20 years ago is pointless. It's a completely different new playbook in how you engage with the fans. As I said, I think the question shouldn't be, how do I convince my fandom or this generation to watch my sport? It should be, what do I need to build for the fans to want to co-create with me and for them to stick around? Because at the end of the day, what you want is sticky fans. Fans that aren't going to go anywhere. Fans that are going to go on this journey with you.
Yeah. Roham, you want to chime in?
Yeah, well, I certainly agree with all of that. And I think the way I would almost sum it up is just authenticity. And people want to listen to people they consider authentic. They don't want to just sit there and be preached at. And so as an entrepreneur is also how do you create that surface area for people to come in and be the town square effectively of the fandom, because to the point about control, I think people are trying to exert too much control and trying to control the discussion, control the sort of what comes out of it. And I think creation is going to be this. The cost of creation is going down to zero, whether you're talking software code or whether you're talking imagery, videos, whatever it might be. And so you just have to let it kind of play, let it happen. And I think the sports or fandoms that will be most successful are the ones that I think are on either extreme of so much editorial purity and just like absolute storytelling genius that's what they sort of is untouchable, or fully open co-creation, remixability, because that's what's going to lead to the best outcomes, other than if you're Martin Scorsese or whatever sort of it might be. And I think if the other thing to the audience is, I've been around a long time in terms of technology, and I've never been this excited about what's possible with software, and I sound like a crazy person sometimes when I talk about my AIs and whatnot, but it's just, if you're not using the tools that are available, you're sort of you're sort of walking rather than using a car or a train.
It's almost like using old technology to with new stuff, right? It's not going to work. You have to update that.
You have to change everything about how you're thinking, how you're working. I mean, a little less relevant to maybe some of our partners. Like live sports is going to be one of the last sort of things to change when I go live sports, luxury, et cetera. But almost everything else, including what we do as technology platforms, is you got to think through it through the lens of even the people interacting with my product are going to be AI agents working for my customers. So it's just crazy to think about.
Yeah. Well, we got a few minutes left, but I don't ever want to leave a conversation without incorporating Gen AI and artificial intelligence as a whole. Scare me a little bit, scare the audience a little bit, right? What concerns you most about Gen AI and its impact on fandom? And I only ask Al Michaels, right? NBC cloned him to give Olympic updates, right? I mean, he didn't need a real Al Michaels, he just cloned him and do Olympic. What concerns you, right? And people aren't talking about the way Gen AI and fandom are going to kind of.
I'm an optimist. I think that the worst things that are going to happen with AI are going to be because of people. And people misusing it in different ways. I think in terms of fandom, AI makes it so easy, to create new fandoms, right? Smaller fandoms, niche to particular audiences, makes anyone a creator, makes anyone who has an idea can bring it into life. I think it's the coolest thing in the world. And these are models trained on us, and so they have the best parts of us, but also the worst parts of us. But at the end of the day, they're there to serve us. And I think that what happens when all work goes away? The only thing that's left is entertainment. The only thing that's left is identity and social and interactions and connectivity. And so I'm very much a digital optimist in the sense of, yes, we're going to have lots of volatility. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs. A lot of people are going to have to learn new ways to I mean, the concept of money and the economy is going to change 100%. But at the end of the day, you're going to be left with people with a lot of time. And what do people want to do with their time is they want to be entertained or they want to entertain. They want to create content or consume content. And the ability to create content is going to become easier and easier and easier. And so I think you're going to live in a world where we are hopefully back to being human beings, right? Connecting with each other rather than human doings, always doing stuff in order to have time to be with each other. That's my optimistic take. But I do agree that there's going to be upheaval in the craziest of ways, unprecedented in human history in terms of like, you know, who we are as a species, right? Like for hundreds of years, right? Well, all we've done is just work, and then if we don't have to, I mean, I guess for hundreds of thousands of years since we evolved. But so that's
why I'm scared. If you don't have to work, I'm scared about them take Medicaid away. What are we going to do? Who's going to pay us? Right? You got to keep Medicaid there, right? Tony, you want to chime in on that because again, you're a content creator, and if Gen AI could impact your world, right? Formula One could say, "Hey, Tony, thank you. We got this AI now. We can create our own content, and we can do our own content creator, and we can just clone you now. We don't need you anymore. We can just clone you." What concerns you about Gen AI and fandom?
I'm sorry to say I'm similar to you. I'm an endlessly optimistic here. I think you have to approach it with, you know, a degree of skepticism here. But for me, also the interesting bit is AI has been used in Formula One for the past 2 decades. This is a sport where 1.1 million pieces of data are created every single second. There are 300 sensors on a Formula One car. Every time it's doing anything, the drivers have sensors. There's, you know, sensors to make sure that they are safe and healthy and all of that. So we're talking a terabyte of data every single weekend. So AI and generative AI has completely shifted and changed the game for the better in Formula One, but it also has brought fans closer to the sport because it has allowed your commentators, not only has it allowed strategists on the team to come up with 15,000 different models of how that race is going to be run, and then sift through that and figure what model they should look at. But it's also from a fan perspective that's helped the commentators to go back in time on 75 years of data and bring the fans closer to the sport by giving really interesting insights and tidbits and facts, which again is important for a sport that is very far removed, and 99% of those fans will never attend a race live. So for me, AI has always gone hand in hand in some way, or big data has always gone hand in hand in some way with Formula One. So I think the fans might not realize it, but they've benefited deeply from generative AI in a sport like Formula One. If I get cloned, I guess I get cloned and I will figure that out. But as of right now, it has helped me as a content creator as well. I've now created, I think, over 3,000 videos, short-form educational videos on Formula One. The amount of times that I have to go manually to go and look for videos, now I can put it all in a system and it can find it for me, or help me adapt a video that I did 4 years ago, and what does that look like today. So I've only reaped the benefits of it, but again, there's an element of me that's just curious to see how it's going to play out. But as you were saying, that's true with every single piece of technology. We were scared of bicycles when bicycles were first invented. It was going to be the downfall of women. For some reason. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the word data, right? As we have a minute left, Rohan, what is the data at Dapper Labs telling you guys about fandom in 2025, and what are you going to have to change by the end of 2030? Like, you see, okay, it's good now, but we know we're going to have to alter some things. What is the data telling you? And I mean, one positive surprise about the data.
I don't know about if it's positive or not, but in addition to all the things we talked about, co-creation, people wanting to hear news from people they trust, etc. I think people want skin in the game. And again, like, this is not necessarily positive or negative, but whether you talk about fantasy, gambling, sports betting, whatever it is, it's even the younger generations, they want to feel like they have ownership in the outcome. They want to have a skin in the game and winning or losing, even if it's average bet on the platform being $5 or whatever it is. It's not life changing, but it's a different relationship with betting, gambling, whatever, than the previous generations. And I think it's partially because they've grown up with the dopamine hits that we sort of got throughout our adult lives, right? Like with different social media and whatnot. And so they need something else, an additional kick kind of on top of that. So not making a judgment on positive or negative, but the positive side of it is people want ownership in the things the communities they're a part of, and they should be rewarded for the contributions they make.
Yeah.
They want to be part of the narrative. It's as simple as that, I think.
Once again in the game. Well, got to wrap up, but before we do, they might get mad at me, but 10 seconds each, right? One big idea that media companies, that people who are creating their own, entrepreneurs, that they should incorporate to prepare for the next wave of fans, Gen Alpha, right? Kids who only grew up with the iPad. One big idea that people need to, kind of adopt to prepare for them. Rohan, I'll start with you.
I mean, we'll make everything at surface area for skin in the game is a big one, and then one we've already talked about is that co-creation, is decentralize your content so that people can actually build on top of it, spin it, remix it, make it their own, and tell the stories in their own way.
Tony?
Yeah, Gen Alpha is brought up in a generation that was brought up in consuming Roblox, YouTube, Shorts, Fortnite. Again, we've said it, but they want to be a part of the story. They want to be an active part of the story. They're not passive consumers, so bring them in, or else they will go elsewhere.
Yeah, they want control. My daughter's Minecraft, all of that. They want to be in it. They want control of it. I love that. 100%. Tony, Rohan, thank you so much. We could talk for days, but it says we got to wrap up. Appreciate you listening.
Thank you.
This is it, the final talk at the inaugural Web Summit Vancouver. And we're wrapping it up Hollywood style. Right? Let's go, come on, let's get the energy up for the final one. Let's do it. All right, many people call Vancouver Hollywood North because of all the shows and movies that are shot here, like Deadpool, Season 2 of Last of Us, and the newest installment of Final Destination called Bloodlines. If you've seen that movie, you see all the Vancouver in there. As Hollywood emerges from a historic period of disruption, artificial intelligence is reshaping the way stories are made from script to screen. The tools of production are changing, and so is the creative process behind them. Our next speakers are leading that transformation from inside the industry. One is a veteran producer of billion-dollar franchises and now CEO of Arcana Labs, a company building AI tools from filmmakers. The other is a rising star on screen, known for his roles in Where the Crawdad Sings, Sharp Objects, and this year's Warfare, bringing an actor's perspective to the opportunities and risks of AI in storytelling. Together, they'll explore how generative tools can solve real production pain points, how to protect creative jobs and copyright, and why the future of filmmaking may depend not on replacing people, but empowering them. To explore what happens when Hollywood harnesses AI not as a disruptor, but as a collaborator, in conversation with Jennifer Cunningham, the editor-in-chief of Newsweek, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Arcana Labs, Jonathan Younger, and actor Taylor John Smith.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. How has your convention been so far? Are you enjoying yourself? Wonderful, wonderful. So AI has been just so transformative and disruptive across myriad industries: education, healthcare, journalism, my craft, entrepreneurship, tech. And I'm really excited to speak with you both about how AI integration is really disrupting Hollywood and transforming Hollywood. And Jonathan, I believe I'm going to be ceding the floor to you briefly for a short presentation on what Arcana Labs is doing in the space.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, by the way, and thank you for having me. I think in order to talk about where we're headed, we have to see where we started. And so, just a little bit about me. These are some of the films that I've done, and these were all made traditionally. So pretty much a few years ago, when it came to generative AI, we made something like this on Arcana, and we were like, wow, that's really cool. And then a few months later, it turned into something like that. And then after that, we realized we can't just have AI do everything for us. We're part of Hollywood, we're storytellers. We need to create artist-driven AI. So we had a storyboard artist paint this picture. This was a few years ago. And we wanted to see if we could bring it to life. And we did. For production design, this is actually pretty groundbreaking. And then after that, we wanted to change the colors and make it look more real, which we were able to. And then we said, wow, well, how do we get this into a film? Can we expand on it, on the negative space, and turn it into 16:9? We were able to do it. And then from there, we wanted to throw it into our motion tab and said, can we actually turn this into a shot, a tracking shot, or any sort of shot? And we did. So it's pretty incredible. Then after that, we decided to work with storyboard artists and take storyboard concepts and be able to put them into the platform and bring them to life and then turn that into motion. And I can tell you that cost-wise, just a shot like that in the movies costs anywhere between $10,000 to $15,000 to $20,000 with the fire and everything in the back and the height. Then you wonder what happens with filmmakers today, where the barrier of entry to Hollywood is difficult and it's expensive, and someone wants to do a makeup test. This is a real photo with a real makeup test and prosthetic test. A guy was trying to put a movie together, but he only had budget for one prosthetic. Prosthetics are very expensive. So we put this into Arcana, trained on this face, and then we were able to make the zombie monkey. And then we wanted to get the push-in shot that the zombie monkey did, and then there we go. That's very expensive budget-wise, but not with AI. So we're actually democratizing this whole process while saving Hollywood. And then basically, this led up to now, which until recently, we just released our first fully Gen AI movie called Echo Hunter that was created by Kevin the Kid using all of our tools. And it's actually, we got a SAG contract and we had award-winning actors, including Taylor in the movie there. And we made the movie in 3 weeks, and it was just released online. And this is, I just want to show you, oh, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, it wasn't easy to get a SAG contract. But I want to show you guys just a little bit of behind the scenes from it and a bit of a trailer. Understand that everything here is 100% generative AI, but we used real actors. The normal budget of something like this, even though it was just 30 minutes, would be millions of dollars. And we did it for the price of catering. There's Echo Hunter. And
Echo Hunter is a fully Gen AI film built with the cutting-edge tools of Arcana Labs. I'm Kevin the Kid, director of Echo Hunter and co-founder of Phantom X. We teamed up with Arcana Labs to fuse next-gen tech with an amazing cast of SAG actors, pushing the future of filmmaking into now.
It's been too long.
Tell me, does a corpse ever consider the purpose of its actions?
The potential is limitless, is the crazy thing.
But with this technology and with AI and with the creatives still being able to use the writers and the directors, everybody still gets to work, but the barrier for entry is lowered substantially. I think that's really cool.
We're very excited about Echo Hunter, and we're very excited about the power of Arcana AI and its tools and the creators who use them.
So pretty much, there's been this whole issue with AI where Hollywood is saying, you're trying to destroy us. The truth is, as someone who's been in the business for a long time, and I've done about 60 movies, I could tell you right now that Hollywood is bleeding. We are in trouble already. Just want to give you just a couple stats and we'll go right back to it. Only 1% to 2% of spec strips are produced. 6 to 7% of the Directors Guild are actually employed. The other 94% are out of work today. An average to make your movie takes about 7 years. I have a movie coming out in August called Red Sonja. It took me 15 years to make. So now there's this average, there's a stat saying that there's about 1 million unproduced scripts in Hollywood. So let's just take an average and say, let's be conservative and say 1% of those scripts are actually good. Oops. That's about 10,000 movies. And hopefully great movies. So Arcana is here to change that. And we're here to supply tools and make the barrier of entry to Hollywood and to create content accessible across all these verticals. Thank you.
This is super interesting, and I'm glad that we're just going to jump right into it. So first, tell me, what is the set like for an all AI generated movie? What is that workflow like?
Oh, it's funny you ask. When I was telling Taylor to come do Echo Hunter, and Taylor and I have done a lot of movies together, he said, I was talking to his manager, and he's like, okay, so the movie looks cool, the script looks cool, so what's the schedule? How many weeks do you need him for? And I said, I need him for 4 hours. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I need him to come to this studio, and we need him for 4 hours. And basically, he came to the studio. Actually, you saw some clips in the behind the scenes. He sat in a chair. He was getting motion captured in a kind of very simplistic way. The director, Kevin, was directing him. And that was it. Done. For each actor, 4 hours. And then once they're captured, the movie is made on the computer and the tools.
Took about 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Wow.
Of that 4 hours, yeah.
And Taylor, what is that like for you to utilize these AI workflows?
It was way simpler than I thought it was going to be. I mean, essentially it's voiceover and motion capture, but it was, I don't know, it was almost too easy. Like I feel like this is where the future of filmmaking is heading, especially for independent filmmakers. It's just incredibly simple. And you know, if we needed to use those 4 hours or even longer, it still would have been substantially less expensive to keep us there.
Wow. So tell me very broadly how you feel AI is disrupting the creative process. You talked a little bit about it.
I think it's actually enhancing the creative process, as long as you're doing artist-driven AI. Everything at Arcana, we're all about the storyteller first. Because if you have a good script, you'll have a good movie. If you have a bad script, you'll have a bad movie. You have a bad image, you're going to make a bad video. It's funny, ask ChatGPT to make you laugh or to make you cry. It's not going to work. You need a human. So with us, it's basically been lowering the budget of things so that we can actually sell properly. I just came back from the Cannes Film Festival where I was selling all my new stuff. There are multiple independent big distributors in the world that are going bankrupt. People aren't consuming content the way that they used to. And I think this convergence of like Hollywood, the creator economy, and AI, there's like this perfect storm happening where I think Hollywood's starting to understand that it's our job to entertain audiences the way they want to be entertained, not the way that we used to say, you know, you want to be entertained, buy a ticket at this time and be somewhere. You want to watch a television series, you better make sure your ass is in the seat. It's Sunday at 8 o'clock. It's not like that anymore, and it hasn't been like that for a long time. And I think it took Hollywood a little bit to catch up.
What would you say is the biggest misconception around AI-assisted movie making?
I think that people think, or especially in Hollywood, around the time of the strikes, that they said, you know, the computer is going to make everything and do everything. And no humans are going to be needed, and they're taking all of our jobs. It's simply not true. On Echo Hunter, We ran traditional post sound and post picture, which means that we had visual effects supervisors, composers making original music, and staff working to mix the movie, color grade the movie. That was all done traditionally. The only difference is that somebody like Kevin had the opportunity to finally make something and execute his vision. Because if someone tried to make Echo Hunter traditionally, it would take years and tens of millions of dollars. Kevin has been directing music videos for his whole career. He never had made that jump to films, and it was it was Arcana that gave him the opportunity to be able to make Echo Hunter for a price. So I think the common misconception is, you know, we're here to burn down Hollywood. Not true. That you're not going to have a job. It's not true. And that eventually we're going to get to a place where there's non-human made movies, like completely AI. It's just not going to happen. There's always got to be an element. There's a blend. Even Echo Hunter is 100% Gen AI. It's not ready yet. You'll find pieces that don't really make sense because of the tech, but this is the worst it's ever going to be. Like 6 months to a year, we'll be there. But right now, today, we're ready for a blend. You shoot like 30% AI, 70% practical, or 60-40 or something like that.
What about you, Taylor? From an actor's perspective, what would you say is the biggest misconception around AI-assisted filmmaking?
I'd probably have to say that, you know, it's the name, image, and likeness proportion of it, that it would take advantage of that, and essentially you could just completely sell out yourself to the highest bidder. I don't think that, you know, actors being on set is going to end anytime soon, because you need to fully capture, you know, the emotion and the performance. And like Yoni said, the 70-30% blend is probably where it's going to be best, where the VFX budget is going to be substantially lower because you can do so much more in the model. And yeah, I just think that more actors are going to get opportunities, not less. You look at Sean Baker, who just won, you know, the Oscar for Anora, but you know, his first big film was Tangerine, which was shot in an iPhone. And you know, 30, 40 years ago, when everything was done on film, it was very hard to get started. It was a very expensive process to get into. And then now, fast forward, you know, 30, 40 years, everyone's got a camera on their phone, and so the barrier of entry is lowered a ton.
There's actually no excuse anymore. The only thing that stands in someone's way at this point with regards to creativity is passion. You know, I was here, this is my first Web Summit. I was down at the, you know, the ground level, and I met somebody that was at one of those a big company. And he was working there, and he had recognized me from one of my films, and he told me he always wanted to be a filmmaker, but he could never get his hands on a camera. He just never had that opportunity. And it's people like him and other film students or other creators that are like, wow, these are why these tools exist. How do we know that that guy is not the next Darren Aronofsky? We don't, you know? So it's been interesting to watch how young filmmakers and all types of people from different verticals use the tools.
Let's talk about the ethical implications of AI-assisted movie making. I'm sure you remember that there was a big strike with SAG, you know, in part around AI and the use of AI in movie making. What are you doing to approach this type of movie making in a way that is ethical, you know, and transparent?
Sure. Well, we got a SAG contract for Echo Hunter, which was a pretty rigorous process. So
how so?
We had to show them. So Arcana is all about ethical AI. All of our models are put onto the platform, but they go through opt-out lists. And then when we're creating something like that, when we're helping a filmmaker or anyone create a movie, like for example, Echo Hunter is based on an original script that was written, concept art that was created by the director. It was just put into the platform to be animated and to be brought to life. It was all custom trained models, small proprietary data sets, which I believe, and my co-founder believes, is the future. I think these large models that are scraping the entire internet are not the future. I think small data sets to be focused and consistent with AI. and proprietary data. Arcana is built on that. We make custom trained models for visual effects assets, products, literally anything, characters, and stuff like that. So we showed that to the guild, we showed that to Hollywood, and finally people were like, oh, this is actually, you can actually copyright this, you know, and this is, we're not stealing likeness. Every deal we did, for example, when we made Taylor's model or Brecken's model, we gave the actor a choice. Do you want to keep your model afterwards, or do you want us to destroy it? Well, three out of the four of them chose to destroy it, and one of them decided to keep it. And it gives to them, we have nothing to do with it, and that's it. So we really try to walk this line of like, we know the world is changing, but we still have to watch, you know, copyright, intellectual property, and things like that. But understand that AI is shifting, but there is no reason why we can't adhere to the old rules.
How are you working to change the perception around AI? Period. I think there's in my industry there is real reticence to utilize AI because of the perception that it's going to be bots writing stories, and that the human element is going to be taken out of journalism. And my argument is that couldn't be further from the case. So how are you working to sort of change the perception around AI not sort of being a boogeyman, but being more of a partner or a collaborator in your creative process?
Well, I like to say that AI is just a tool, but honestly, it's been with education. You know, a year and a half ago, I went to the MPA with Arcana, and this is after I've had a 15-year relationship with the MPA, going on the Hill on behalf of them to go fight for copyright. And they literally threw me out when I showed them Arcana. They were like, we do not want to hear about this. Jonathan, get the hell out of here. You're insane. And a year later, they called me, and they're literally paying me to educate people about AI in Hollywood right now, because they realized that they kept their heads in the sand. I think education is the answer, but I think even more so than that, it's the fact that Hollywood is finally realizing this is a technology that's going nowhere. And it's only becoming more and more powerful every single day. And if we can put it into a sandbox and hone it, I think with the power of storytelling that Hollywood has with these tools, it can be something amazing and complementary. But it's all through education and trying to shed AI fear, make way for AI excitement.
So when you mentioned earlier a bit about many of the barriers to entry when it comes to movie making, production costs, workflow challenges, can you talk a little bit about how you feel AI can solve a lot of these challenges?
Of course. I think you can get a lot more bang for your buck with AI. If when you're trying to traditionally make a movie and you have a visual effects budget, I mean, it costs millions of dollars. So you have to find the cast to be able to sell it, get a studio behind you that's going to fund you or distribute it, put a marketing dollar, all of those things. And that could take years, and years and years and years, and a lot of money. And I mean, it's like I said before, an average movie takes about 7 to 10 years to make. But with AI, you're lowering that budget drastically, but you're still be able to get high production value. And in an era with the creator economy and short form content, because let's face it, the younger generation coming in today, they don't have the attention span to watch a 90-minute movie. I see my nieces and nephews. I mean, let's just be honest. So there's companies like Real Shorts that are creating short form content and things like that. That production value is not so high. I think it's going to have to be brought up, but the budgets aren't going to be able to be brought up. So things like AI tools can help bring the production value up.
Taylor, this question is for you. How do you feel actors are finding more opportunity in AI integrated environments?
I mean, this is my first experience using, anything AI related. I can only speak to my own experience, but I know AI is being used in other films. I know in The Brutalist it was used to enhance their accents. I know the movie Here Robert Zemeckis used it to de-age Tom Hanks. So it's being used. This is the first time it was, I think, in front of a performer. That's usually done post-production VFX, but I don't know. It was seamless. It was very cool. I think there's definitely some room to work and grow. I think the 70-30%, shooting a lot of things on location and these giant, set pieces that would cost, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, can be done using Arcana Labs, and the rest of that budget can be spent doing the in-camera stuff and putting it towards marketing, which is a lot of your budget when it comes to making film.
Especially today. It's so hard to get a set of eyeballs today.
What have been the biggest pain points in this process? Not just making this specific movie, but the process of integrating artificial intelligence into movie making.
Well, the hardest thing for me was actually building Arcana, because I am not from the tech industry. I am a filmmaker, and man, it was really, really hard.
How so?
I had no idea how to build. I'm not from the tech world. I had no idea how to build a tech platform. I'll be honest with you. The first person who told us about our platform, I asked him how long is it going to take. He told me it's going to take 3 weeks and 150 grand. And I was like, oh, great. And here we are, years later, millions of dollars later, with now finally the platform. And we got educated quick. My co-founder and I, at least we failed quickly. But yeah, just the whole process was difficult, but I feel like we're on the right track now. We learned a lot from our mistakes. And our advantage that we had was that we were able to give the platform to a bunch of creators because of our network. So we received a lot of notes with workflow. The hard thing was always working out the workflow for the different verticals. But I think we got a good handle on it now with our tools.
We're out of time, but this was such an informative conversation, and thank you both.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Really interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Oh, yeah.